Chat. How's the volume compared to my phone or compared to the music? How are we doing to the chat? What is good, my friends? What's good? Chat. Dude, I've been looking forward to this stream since the moment I touched the down. I'm back in New York, motherfuckers. Oh, dude, it is what a time to be alive. Happy Sunday, chat. What is good? We got Hysteric in the chat. We got Ramirez. We got Methodic. We got Jesus. We got 44. We got Ja. We got Adrian. We got Kyle. We got Ozza. We got Jeepers. We got Kyle, Kiki, Amit, Ivan, Mr. Papa Gorgio. Yo. Vic Solid. My Trade and Rehab Beck, Armani, Aman, AXP, Joel the Guy. Dude, what is good, chat? I fucking love, we're on the 80s synthwave hype recently. We're all about it. I'm trying to see how the volume is compared to my voice. 1 second. It feels like a nice like background volume right now, right? Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that. I can hear it on my phone. Oh, chat. Let me pop the chat out. Oh, guys, it's Sunday. You know what that means. Sunday's chat day. Sunday's chat day, baby. Back, my dude. Perfect. Dude, does the volume, am I crazy or is the volume for some reason better in New York than Puerto Rico? Like, I feel like I just sound better on these streams. I feel like the camera even looks a little bit better. I don't know. Dude, right now I am in my old landlord's apartment. Shout out my old landlord. Oh my God, guys, this is fucking nuts. This is why I look up to this dude so much. My old landlord of New York and I are still really good friends. And I texted him yesterday because I'm like, dude, I'm in New York. Like, where you at? Let's kick it. Like, I'm trying to see you. We're really good friends. And he texts me, he goes, I'm 100 miles from Salt Lake City, road tripping the new whip. So this dude, guys, has so much money in places, penthouses in London, New York, all around the world. Take a guess at what car he bought. I don't know if I did this already on stream. Can anybody guess what kind of car he bought? He texted me to the point where he's like, I'm outside Salt Lake City right now. I just picked up my brand new car. It's a lot of money. And he's driving it back from Salt Lake City. SF90, Land Cruiser, Tesla, Toyota, Honda, Camry. So there's some varying guesses here. Bro, this is why this dude's my hero. Look at the fucking car he bought. He bought an old school, authentic New York fucking taxi. Is that not so sick? I feel like that's incredible. Sorry, my nails are dirty. So he's road tripping back from Salt Lake City right now with a brand new fucking car. And I'm like, dude, you're just my fucking hero, bro. He's my hero. So he's gone. Normally I stream from my other place, but my friends are barbecuing and shit. And I'm like, I love you guys. I miss the chat. And it's too hot outside right now to be barbecuing. I'm kind of crazy for that. Let's get to the charts. Let's get the chart up here as well. But so I'm streaming from his apartment right now. And shout out to my landlord for that. My old landlord. All right, let me see. All right. Let's get it, my friends. How does that look? All right, I think that looks all right. I need to add a little Lucid banner because, guys, Lucid, shout out to Lucid. 50% off sale just started. So I need to make a little Lucid banner right quick. And add that into the mix. Dude, what is good, my friends? All right, let's look at these charts a little bit and see what we might... Again, we've got 40 minutes till the market opens, so there's no rush. I like to take Sundays slow. Guys, during the week, I'm not able to answer your questions nearly as much. So on Sundays, that's when it's like chat day. Like I literally just want to like answer all the questions the chat has, hang with the chat, kick it with the chat. I am gonna have a Guinness on stream later, obviously, and trade once the market opens. I also have an announcement. I feel like whenever I talk about announcements, most people are like, they want me to do giveaway accounts. So it's not a giveaway related announcement. I will do a giveaway tonight. This is not a giveaway related announcement, however, but I do have a really fun announcement tonight as well. So, dude, lots of fun things in the works, my friends. Let me get this banner going real quick. We'll get into it. Sorry, it's all over the screen right now. 19, 20, 10. Boom. Done. Look at that. I'm a good influencer. I'm doing my job. I need to pin a link. Sorry, guys. I have to remember to be an influencer and do my job a little bit. So I need to put a link in the chat. I don't think it's BOGO. It's just 50% off, though. Let me pin this message. Okay, now I'm done with my stuff. All right, I'm officially free. Guys, how are we? What can I answer for you? What kind of questions do you got? I'm so sorry that on Friday I was in dude. I did not trade futures super great on Friday. Obviously, I don't think I need to like go into detail on that because you can watch all my trades, and I just lost. My idea was right once again. I just took a little bit too early entry. I got stopped at the low once again. That part's not great. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that at all. However, it's part of life, bro. It's part of life. What are you supposed to do? I did lose. I've had 3 losing futures days in a row, which has just been like not great. You know, that being said, I will say I do have some solace in the fact that I did make a lot of money on Friday on Microsoft. And I called this trade out towards the end of the stream. And wow. My only regret was I sold way too early. I should have made way more money on this. I mean, I just didn't know. I think I was a little bit anxious because of how I had traded futures and how I didn't really like perform my best. And so as soon as we got to the high of day, I basically sold a good, like I sold half a position through the high of day. And then the other half, like just way too soon. Just way too soon. I was anxious. I could have made a lot more money on this by simply holding the trade because our contracts at that point were pretty good in the money as well. That being said, you can't be perfect. And even though I could have made more, I am very happy with the trade that I got. So did any of you guys get Microsoft? Did any of you guys get Microsoft? Anyone manage to capture that on Friday? What is good, my friends? Just reading all the questions right now. Let me go through some of these. Have I smoked up yet today? Yeah, of course, my friends. Of course. Do we have a failure to go higher on the NQ daily? Let's see. Do we? I think we do a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if it's like the top. We've talked about this a little bit. Tops usually come with a climatic move up, right? And so what I think we'll see is a little bit of consolidation this week. I don't think we're done going up, though. The day that I think that like the short-term top will probably be a gap up that fails. You can see an example of this on gold's top. See how gold was moving up, moving up, moving up, moving up. Then what's the difference between this day right here and all the other days? Gold gaps up a bunch, but it fails that gap. We refuse to go higher from there, right? So my thought process is when the market has its short-term top, there's going to be, it's not going to look exactly like gold because I don't think we'll crash as much as gold did. Gold was really parabolic. The asset was up so much. The NQ is not up as much as gold is up. That was like a 20% move in a few days. But I think we'll have the similarities in terms of the top will be a gap up that fails. Which is why I think the market, if you're asking Jake, why did the market not sell off that aggressively on Friday? Right? We had a big move down pre-market. We sold off a lot from the previous day. Why didn't we keep going lower? In my eyes, that's kind of why I feel like the market got the pullback it needed in the pre-market session. But if we're going to have that cataclysmic, climatic, puke day, in my eyes, it's going to start with a really big gap up. And a good example of that is on gold, right? I think that gold is a really good example of that, right? So I'm kind of waiting for that to see like the quote unquote top in the market. Again, I don't think we're there yet, just based on my rudimentary analysis. And that's kind of why I was so like gung-ho on looking for longs on Friday. Is it just... Well, one, I would have changed my bias if we spent significant time under the opening print, which we did not. This is consolidation under it, but I don't even feel like this is like strong rejection of it. In the moment, if you took this short here on that 5 minute, I could see why you did that. But even then, I don't know. I don't think we're at the top yet. Sorry if I was a little scatterbrained in how I said that, but the truth is I have not looked at charts since I left Puerto Rico on Friday. This is my first time doing analysis. So I'm kind of coming to these conclusions right now in real time with you guys, which I think is even cooler than anything else. I didn't come into this with pre-done analysis done. You basically just watched me do my analysis, which my thought process is and remains that until we get sort of a climatic top, I'm expecting that we're going to continue to range on the daily chart and keep going higher. So right now, what is this weekly? A small red bar? What is, or what does it look like? Oh my God, yeah. Is that the candle? I can't even see because I have so many drawings on it. It's just a small red candle, right? It's a small red doji. Dude, why do I have so many drawings on this candle? Oh my God. Yeah, this is great, guys. This is fantastic. I do think that we're going to have, I don't know, because I am usually not one to interpret news as one way or the other. But correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Didn't some news come out about China? And aren't we like we're like working with China again? Like China and Trump are best friends again? Has anyone heard that news? Am I crazy? Are we delayed on this live stream at all? No, we're ultra low. Okay, cool. It's good news, bad news. What's the bad news aspect of it? I thought we made like a deal. It seemed like from how the media was phrasing it, this was like a significant. All right, well, whatever. Regardless, I'm a big advocate that news doesn't really matter all that much anyways. So, look, we used to pray for times like this, guys. We finally have some consolidation, right? For those wondering and have been asking about a 3-bar play, what is a 3-bar play? We have a good potential example of one. 1, 2. So this is, we have a big trend bar, and then the second candle here is a rest bar, right? We moved up, we tried to go higher. We moved lower, we tried to go lower. And ultimately, we're closing somewhere in the middle. Effectively, this candle is known as a doji, meaning we didn't really go anywhere. We're basically at the same place that we opened last week. So it's crazy. Exactly 1 week ago from today, the market opened basically here. And then when this candle closed on Friday, it closed basically there, right? Which means that the market effectively went nowhere last week, right? That's what we're seeing from the weekly candle. If we drill down a bit into the daily, what we'll see is that is just shown to us in a little bit of consolidation, right? So now in my eyes, what I would like to see in a dream world, and I don't necessarily expect this because you never get a dream world as traders, but I would like a couple days of consolidation and then a continued breakout, right? And what that would would be the daily chart that I'm envisioning, right? And what that would leave us with on the weekly chart is a candle that tries to go a little lower first. Maybe puts in a little lower wick. So I wouldn't mind if we tried to go lower. Like if we get a gap down tonight, I'm down with that. And then closes green. So this is how I would like this week's candle to close. So let's check in at the end of the week. That would be cool. If it worked out that way. Maybe just a little wick down. The wick down is not necessary, but it would be nice. And then a strong close. Again, we're kind of operating on Sunday analysis, guys. It's pretty hard to do analysis. I used to do Sunday webinars, but I stopped because I was like, why are we doing this? Like by Monday morning, everything might change and be totally different, right? And that's still the case now. But this is kind of what I, like in a dream world, this is what I envision. Now, life could change completely, tomorrow. And if the real note, then caveat that we should put to this, so that's my dream scenario, because that means we just get to go long again. I love free money. If they want to just let us keep going long, that would be fantastic. That would be amazing. If they really want us just to keep let us going long, I'm going to be pretty happy about it. You know what I mean? But if that doesn't happen, a flip side scenario that we should consider. And by the way, guys, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday for everybody tuning in. We, of course, will be doing a giveaway tonight. I have a special announcement unrelated to giveaways tonight, but related to valuable content that we are bringing to you all, which I'm super hyped about. And welcome to the stream. I will cover all the other assets as well. Gold. I'm going to spend a bunch of time answering questions. Right now, I'm just in a little bit of a flow state. Breaking down the NQ. So let's do a little mini lesson here and keep doing that real quick. And then I'm going to come back to the questions. But this mini lesson, we're in flow state, guys. We're in flow state. And the next point that I want to make, right? My dream candle is an upward candle in here. But I am making a bet, even just by me saying these words out loud. I am making a bet. I need a haircut so bad. Even just by me saying these words out loud, I'm like making a bet, quote unquote, right? I don't think this is the top. I think that we continue to go higher. But if that's not the case, here's what it's going to look like, right? What's at its most basic level, let's see how the chat handles this question. At its most basic level, and there's a variety of different ways to answer this. But I would love a bunch of answers in the chat here if you guys don't mind. The last 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These big green 6 candles, right? What do they all have in common? What's one trait? There's a bunch of things, but let's just say, what's one trait that they all have in common? Anyone got any ideas? Strength, very good answer. Trend bar, uptrend, great answers. No major wicks. Volume, I don't pay attention to volume, but I'm trusting you on that. Closed at the top, strong trend, they're all green. All of you guys are right. 100% of you are right, right? Now, answer me this. Answer me this. Based on, right? Let me pause the music for a second because I think this is a great question, right? I think this is really, really educational, valuable stuff right here, right? Now, all of you were right in the last ones, but none of them were the specific answer I wanted because I don't think I phrased the question like I want. All of you were right. All these last 6 candles were uptrends, green, strong, powerful, right? What do we have a chance to do this week that was really not super rationally possible the last few weeks? What can we do this week that was not necessarily all that rational the last 6 weeks? None of you are wrong in your answers. None of you are wrong in your answers. Okay, one of you just kind of got it. I have it kind of drawn on the screen here, guys. Boom, trigger a pullback. A variety of you guys had good answers here, right? But this week, how do we trigger a pullback in a strong uptrend, right? Let me just, again, so much sauce given out on a Sunday night here, but let's just do it. How to trigger a pullback in an uptrend, right? On that time frame, right? In order to trigger a pullback in an uptrend on that time frame, the answer is by breaking under previous bar's low. That's it, right? In order to trigger a pullback in an uptrend on that time frame, it starts with a break of the previous candle's low, right? The last 6 weeks, it hasn't really been reasonable. This is why I use my wording. Look at these last few candles here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. These were all giant green candles. It was not reasonable to expect, like right here, how are we going to pull back and break that low? Well, the market would have had to pull back 2,000 points. That's not reasonable to expect. This candle here, in order to break that low, we would have had to pull back 1,000 points in a week. Not reasonable to expect. This big green candle here, in order to break under that low, we would need to pull back multiple thousands of points. It's not realistic, right? But now, all of a sudden, because we've consolidated on the daily chart, really saucy sauce here in this, I promise you all. Because we've consolidated on the daily chart, what that has done to our weekly chart is given us this consolidation bar. And now, all of a sudden, to break under the previous bar's low, it's about 500 points to the downside. That's a lot more reasonable than any of the previous candles we had. Now, for the first time since this really strong move, a weekly pullback is on the table. Again, for those tuning in late, I will be straight up with you. I would prefer we keep going higher. And part of me hopes that we do that because I just think it's easier to just long until it fucking doesn't work anymore. But I'm examining all scenarios here, right? And for the first time in the last 6 weeks, we actually have a scenario where we could trigger a pullback, right? So what we'll pay attention for is just last week's low. Underneath last week's low, for the first time since this move started, you are not psychotic for thinking that we might get a little bit more of a pullback because the weekly chart will have triggered one. The daily chart, yeah, my guess is, again, gun to my head, I think that we range and maybe even try to go lower early in the week, but we range a little bit and then we keep going higher. Truthfully, that's what I think happens. But fortunately, I've got no money on that. I didn't swing any positions or anything like that. I'm a day trader, so if we decide to go to the downside, I'll be there. But yeah, that's kind of my analysis for the NQ so far. Is my expectation would be that we get a green bar that kind of closes like that. That's my hope. And then I hope it even stays inside of the previous week's range because then next week we could get another like big green one. That's my hope. But what I'm keeping an eye out for is potential to trigger a pullback on a specific time frame. And for the first time since this move up, the weekly chart is in a position to trigger a pullback. Right? So sorry guys, I didn't mean to ignore the chat, but I was in flow state. I promise you guys there's so much valuable information there for any of you guys that want like more education and all that. The stuff I just said, if you can interpret it directly, it's great knowledge. If you can read beyond the lines and take that information and extrapolate it to other charts, I promise you, it's crazy valuable. So, sorry, chat. This was supposed to be chat day, and I'm going to come back and talk to the chat a bunch. But it's 5:45, guys. It feels like time to pour a little Guinness. Is that crazy? I don't think that's crazy. I feel like I should pour Guinness. I think I'm going to pour Guinness. Guys, I've been dying for a Guinness for weeks. Need one. I brought one over just for this. Chat. Ah! Guys, I've been dreaming of this moment. Shout out Protein Shop. Sorry that I'm drinking beer in your hat, but I mean, there's just nothing I can do about that, you know? Oh, guys, this is what dreams are made of. I know it's weird looking, but this is how you're supposed to pour it. You drag it up slowly. Then we're gonna let that sit for a second. Don't judge the pour method, guys. Unless you're a Guinness expert, I don't want to hear it, okay? We're gonna let this chill for a sec. Unless you're a goddamn Guinness expert, I don't want to hear it. All right, chat. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. All right, my friends. If I missed any of your questions from above, fire them again. Hit me with some questions, my friends. How are we doing? What can I answer for you? Sundays are chat days, so I like to try and dedicate as much time as I can to walking through some stuff with y'all while you guys get some questions fired up there. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, someone asked about gold earlier. Gold has now consolidated on the weekly chart for 3 weeks. I think gold could get a deeper pullback. We're still kind of range bound in gold. But the truth is, gold is in a big range, very big range. But I would love if gold could work its way down to, 4,000 again, double bottom there. And the weekly chart. The nice part is that the weekly chart is in such a range that is whatever way we break out of that range, there will be a trade. I'll tell you this though. Longs are hard for me on gold. Longs are hard right now. This does not look like a chart that I want to long. Anything can happen. This week can change everything. Like the daily chart could shift some stuff up. Maybe we could get a failure to go lower. But as of right now, we had all the opportunity. Look at this. Look at, guys, what happens when we break a previous candle's high? We should go higher. We had a potential to put in a higher low there. We broke the high. We should have gone higher. And gold failed. So I'm not bullish gold right now. Broadly, I am. Over the next year long, I am. But for this week, I'm not bullish on gold. Not right now. Are you trading at 5? It's 6 for me. I will be looking for trades. Yes. I will be trading an eval. Being straight up with you guys. I don't know why. Right now, it's telling me that I'm logged into TPT. It's telling me that gold is a non-tradable symbol, and it's telling me that NQ is a non-tradable symbol. So I don't know what's happening there. So I got to figure that jazz out. But I might buy a Lucid account, bro. They're on 50% sale right now. And we also have a new partner alert announcing tomorrow based on your guys' recommendations in a new sale that will be coming with that. So stay tuned based on your guys' recommendations. But yeah, I am trading. I'm going to grab a Lucid account and just do an eval. I don't like to trade my real money on Sunday nights. I mean, I do sometimes, but usually I like to go into the week fresh. So yeah, I'll probably be doing eval. Yeah. But I will be trading. How often do you trade on guys, by the way, cheers chat. Chat. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for being here, chat. I love you guys so much. We will be doing a giveaway tonight, of course. Hypothetical G split. I got no G on these glasses. Guys, I've mentioned this a bajillion times, but I'll just be clear about it again. Right now, I'll let you know in advance. I'm going to trade an eval tonight. The only thing you guys ever need to worry about, though, and you never, ever, ever need to ask me, is this an eval? Is it a live? Is it a funded? Ever. All you need to know is the degenerate hour sign on? If it is, I'm openly being a degenerate. If it's not, I'm taking all of the accounts. I take them with the same serious level. So assume I'm trading my live account most of the time, because most of the time I am. But it doesn't matter. And one thing that is super annoying and makes me not want to stream at all is when people are just hawking. Like, because then it basically seems like people are trying to follow my fucking live account balances. And I'm like, guys, just sit back, enjoy the show, and watch and enjoy. So never feel the need to ask if it's an eval or a funded or anything like that. All you need to know is the degens hours sign on? If not, then I'm trading with my utmost locked inness. Yeah. But no, most of the time I don't trade outside of RTH often. I like to trade Sunday nights because Sunday night opens will offer good like little scalp moves. But anything that's not Sunday night, I usually don't trade at night very much. And if I do, it's because I want a swing trade entry, kind of similar to Ron G, where I'll buy a trade hoping to hold it into the next day, like hoping to get some sort of gap up or gap down. Like if for whatever reason I had the bearishness to short on Thursday night and just hold a short into Friday. That's how I usually trade the after hours. But I would have never seen myself catching that. Tradeify Cup does start today. Oh, my friends, the Tradeify Cup does start today. Guys, if you are not signed up for the Tradeify Cup, go sign up. It's completely free. And depending on how you perform, you could end up in a battle against me. And if you beat me, you'll get $5,000, which is awesome. And let me see if I can find the rules for that. That starts tonight, my friends. $1 million guaranteed reward pool. And then here's like the plus 5,000 if you knock out a bounty. And I am one of the bounty people. If you knock me out, you get $5,000. Spoiler alert, I'm not going to try super hard. I might try hard in the beginning. I mean, who knows, guys? Who knows? We'll have a battle royale. So feel free to sign up for the Tradeify Grand Cup. It's completely for free, except if you want to reset, which would be because you fucked it up. So it is free unless you decide to reset, but don't reset unless you want to. Yeah, guys. Where's mine? Where is, there we go. Wanted Jake Ricci. Look at that. They got me smoking a joint. So if you want to battle me, go ahead and sign up completely for free, guys. All right, we are about 5 minutes away from market open. Again, the Sunday streams are a little bit unique because we have nothing to go off of, right? I have no idea if the market's going to gap up or gap down. So we'll kind of see. We have a level here at 417. That's pretty far away, so I don't expect us to go get that in the immediate term. All right, let me check in on some of these. Flex or Pro, bud? It's up to you. Do you want consistency rule in funded or on eval? The Flex with Lucid has no consistency rule in the funded stage, which is really nice, but there is a consistency on the eval. The Pro is the flip of that. There's no consistency rule on the eval, but there is one on funded. I like to pass evals in a day. I don't know. I don't like consistency on funded either. I would go Flex. No consistency on funded makes life easier. So go Flex. That would be my thought. That would be my thought. You can't go wrong, though. You truly can't go wrong, my friends. What is polymarket odds on a gap down? I don't know, but the market's going to open in 5 minutes. I don't feel like we need to guesstimate. Plus, I don't like to trade the first 10 minutes of Sunday open usually. First 5. I'll trade within 10 minutes sometimes. I'm also not like going to force a trade. Guys, I'm undefeated on Sundays so far, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure I'm like undefeated on Sundays so far. What is up, my friends? Alfonso, what is good? Jordan, what's good? I agree. Can we get some likes in the chat? Best day ever. We saved that for market open. I gotta save that tradition for the New York Open coming up. How was the Guinness? Oh, they were amazing. Chat. Ali's, what is good? Ramon, Sam R, Sampa, Darv Trader Nix, Bonnie Face. Have we been doing best day ever on Sundays? People are asking for that. Do we do that? I don't think we've done that on Sundays. What happened with my eye? Well, I don't know. Just something. What happened to my eye? Is it red? What do you mean, like this? I think I've always had this little like. I don't know. Red would be normal. My right eye. I'm probably just. I smoked a couple joints earlier. I mean, if we're being fully honest, guys, it's Sunday. I'm in New York. Sue me. Hold on, guys. I do have an announcement too. In a couple minutes, I have an announcement that I'm really excited for coming up. on Wednesday. On Wednesday. So stay tuned. In just a few minutes, I have our first announcement. I'm so excited, man. All right, guys, the market is open in 2 minutes here. Oh, happy Sunday, my friends. How are you? Okay, I gotta buy the Lucid account and get logged in. Because for whatever reason, Take Profit Trader is showing me that that NQ is not a tradable symbol. All right, stand by. I'm just gonna log into my personal account. I don't know why. Take Profit Trader's in the process of moving me live, so maybe that's why. So I don't know. We'll just get logged. Whatever. Give me a second. Just log in. I'm just gonna get into my live account. Not that it matters. It's not degen hours. That's all that motherfucking matters. I don't even have that much cash in my personal account. Enough to trade in NQ, which is all I would want. All right, let me get this back. All right, we're live, my friends. Market's open in 1 minute. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for being here. I am back in New York right now. Because I can find a Guinness here, I have to be having a Guinness. It's basically a rule. Every day I'm in New York, I have to consume 1 Guinness. It's not up to me. It's up to the lords of Guinness. I'm in Puerto Rico for 200 and something days a year. 250? 250? No, 230? 230 days a year I'm in Puerto Rico. And I don't drink at all. And I don't drink Guinness. Well, I don't drink at all because they have no Guinness. So while I'm here, I drink Guinness. Guys, be honest with me. All right. Never mind. I'll come back to that thought because the market is open, my friends. All right. Let's see what we can get. We did not really even get a gap. The NQ is opened basically at the same place it closed yesterday. So the opening print on the NQ is 29,135. I'd like to keep an eye on gold more than anything, honestly, because I think that gold can be a nice short. Gold is opening up with a gap down. Not even a gap down, no. Gold is opening effectively at the same place as Friday, in the middle of levels. So I don't think we have a huge edge on gold right now. I would enjoy catching a short on it, but I just don't think we have an edge for an entry. We're in the middle of nowhere right now. Let's see how gold closes here. We got NQ pushing. We got gold pulling back. Let's see if we can find ourselves into a little scalpy. I'd be looking at the NQ if I traded the indice. Marique Leo Lezzi. First of all, take a deep breath, dog. You don't need to post the same question 3 times back to back to back in all caps. Take a deep breath. If I know the answer to your question, I will help you. No worries. 5 payouts to live, I assume means after your 5th payout, then you get moved to a live account with that prop firm. Just blew my account. Why? What the fuck do you mean you just blew your account? Nah. You having me put on the glasses of shame right now, dog. That's too early. I know you're just having fun with us, though. At least that's what I'm going to tell myself. You can't be blowing your accounts this early, guys. That's why we wait 5 minutes. We want to see how we get a 5-minute close. Yes, you should be able to trade GC on the Tradeify Cup. Absolutely. Caught a 40-point trade on NQ. All right, you guys are fucking crazy. You guys are madmen. Full port in the. You guys are full port in the open. You guys, of course, you're full port in the open. We are getting a strong rally back in gold towards the open. So gold's going to end up putting in effectively a 5-minute hammer. At least that's how it's looking right now. That's how you guys know your brain is really starting to be advanced with multi-time frame analysis. When you can envision the higher time frame candle while looking at the lower time frame. So like I see this 2-minute. I see the big red candle that opened us. I see the rally back. In my head, I'm already thinking that's a 5-minute hammer that we're going to have. If it closes above the open, that's a 5-minute green hammer. Can you explain your strat? Yeah, it's a little bit complicated to do in a short bit while we are looking for trades, but this is going to be an oversimplification, so I hope you don't judge me on that because obviously there's a lot more detail and nuance to it. But at its core, most traders, they try to go long on breakouts or whatever. I like to trade potential higher lows in uptrends. So in uptrends, I like to go long here. And I like my entry to be something like that, where I'm aiming for about 2.5 to 1 minimum. Sometimes it gets even up to 4 to 5 to 10R trades. So these are the type of entries I like. Short side would be the same thing, just opposite. Yeah, I use very basic price action principles with candles and stuff. No, Jay Dunn and I don't trade similarly. We do not trade similarly. He's very much a scalper. No knock. He's a trader, man. But no, we don't trade the same. He's big on volume too, I think. Where's Ron G? Tell me you hate me without telling me you hate me. Ron G comes on at 7 p.m., my friends. Ron G comes on at 7 p.m. So on Sunday nights, I open up, and then Ron G comes on 7 p.m. Gold with a really nice spike down hammer, and then a break above that previous bar's high. So gold holding the lower end of the range here and starting to move up. NQ as well, holding the lower end of the range with a large candle from the open. That candle's over 100 points. Holy shit. My goodness. Anybody catch this 1, 2, 3 on the NQ? I don't usually like to trade the first 5 minutes. Guys, I don't have many opinions on other people's strategies. I trade my strategy. You know what I mean? I think I have the best strategy out there. Anybody, but here's what I'll say. Any of you out there that have a good strategy that you feel comfortable with and you make money consistently, bro, that's the best strategy. Whatever one makes you money consistently and is low stress, that is the best strategy. It'll vary from person to person, though. I don't have positive or negative thoughts on any other trader's strategy, though. Ron, you never be fired. Yeah, I saw that video with Umar. I thought that was interesting. Let me find it just for, to give them a shout out, because Umar and Words of Wisdom are good guys. I know them both personally. Let's see, Umar, Ashraf. I know them both personally. So they just released this video that's pretty cool, where it's like 30 traders. Actually, guys, one of our students, shout out. I don't know why they called unprofitable, because they probably just did that for clickbait title. Because Kelvis, one of our students, is an expert and is very profitable. And he was in this video. Maybe it was before his breakout when they filmed it. I don't know. But shout out Kelvis, MFTA. No, it was cool. This format, they did it a little bit different than some of the other formats, though, that have done this same thing. Some of the other people that have done this same model, it's supposed to be more of like a debate. From my understanding, it felt like more, from the clips I saw, it felt like more Umar giving advice. I was like, these people just got a free session with Umar. You know, it didn't even look like they were arguing with each other. They maybe had some differing thoughts, but then Umar just, like, I was like, it's supposed to be like, 15 people who think trading is a scam versus one profitable trader. Theirs was like, but I'm sure there's so much value in that. And shout out Umar and Riz. Riz puts that together. All right, guys, gold is looking very strong here. I don't normally trade the first 10 minutes of Sunday, and I am now eating my freaking words because I wish I had just gone long on anything. My dog. All right, guys, real quick, while we wait, I have another announcement. We're trying to bring new and improved things to you here at RakeTrades. Many of you have been asking me about my New York apartment. I don't live in that New York apartment anymore. This is my boy, Zach. Can't see shit. He's deep in the sun right now, guys. But this is my boy, Zach. He moved into that apartment. Him and his girlfriend and our other friend, they live in that apartment now. And Zach is unfortunately much too humble, so I have to speak up for him. But Zach, how much you up in from payouts this year? $325. Well, I'm sorry, $325. $325,000. This man has $325,000 of prop firm payouts this year, which is incredible. So on what we want to do on Wednesday, from this same time slot right now, from 5 till about 7, right before Ranji starts his stream, we want to do like a live podcast. I want to talk to Zach. I want to ask him, all right, what have you done in order to be able to get $325,000 of payouts in 5 months? We're 5 months into this year. So,
long open every day.
Long the open every day. See, that's the real secret sauce. But no, guys, I'm super excited. We're trying to bring new content pieces here. So, the very first ever podcast will be with one of my best friends in this world, one of the best traders I know. So guys, Wednesday, do not miss it. Wednesday, show up, and we got to give away at least like 10 accounts. So beware, throughout the entire stream, we're just going to be slinging accounts, giving away. So tune in, because you never know when you might win one. Bro, and I can't wait to learn more about how you managed to make that fucking cash. So, dude, guys, show up Wednesday, 5 p.m., okay? Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern, the same time we started today. Right now, basically, in a few days, we'll be live. So, I love you guys. Anything else you want to add, bro?
No, go cook some steak.
Okay, go so I fucking love you. Zach's going to make me a steak, which is incredible. I love you, Zach. Guys,
I see you, Ron.
Wednesday, and I'm going to post Zach's Instagram link right now. Go follow him on Instagram. We'll see you guys on Wednesday.
See you guys. Appreciate it.
Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern. All right, guys? Be there or be square. Oh, my God. Guys, seriously, that is... I'm going to ask him all the questions. I want to dive into, dude, 325 is a large number, and you don't get to 325 without some spend. You don't get to, and you don't get to 325 without trading across multiple different firms nowadays, So I want to ask him, all right, what were the firms that helped you get, your first view? How did you copy trade? What's your approach? Dude, we're just going to ask him everything. So guys, throughout the next few days, I could use your help building up a good list of questions that we can ask Zach. And yeah, so let me get his Instagram right now and send that in the chat so you guys can go follow Zach on Instagram. He's one of my best friends in this world. He now lives in my apartment. He has his own mega desk, which is awesome, man. So I can't wait. Guys, no matter, we're trying to bring you all the best value possible on this channel, no matter what, you know? I'm not the only trader that's managed to find a way to make money in this world. A lot of people have, and I want to bring them on the air with a lot of different strategies, a lot of different approaches, and I want to give them the opportunity to kind of share with you guys how they were able to find success, you know? So hopefully this is the first of many. 5 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna get started. And at least 10 giveaway accounts, guys. At least 10 giveaway accounts. I'm giving away at least 10 accounts for that. Starting at, it'll be like early on. We're starting early, so make sure try and show up as early as you possibly can. And I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. So, yeah, it's interesting. Zach and I don't want to reveal too much, but I'll tell you this. Zach and I do not trade the same way, is all I'll tell you, you know? So I think that it'll be so much good information to learn from, you know, a session with him because, you know, here's the only hint I'll give. I like big futures trades. I think he's more of a short-term futures trades. And I want to dive into that more. I want to talk to that more. I know a lot of you guys, you don't like to hold for 200 points. You more like your 40 points on NQ and then get out, you know, and I'm really excited for the insight he can provide. So guys, Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern, we're doing it live, 5 p.m. to 7, 2-hour session with Zach. Let me send the sorry, good call. Let me send that in the chat right now. Give him a follow, guys. He's a great guy, one of my best friends in this world. You know, I wouldn't let just anyone take over my apartment. You know what I mean? Like, that apartment had to go to had to go to the right people. My landlord wasn't letting anybody do that either. All right, guys. Sorry, let's get back to the charts here a little bit. We do have the NQ pulling back a little bit. It's just an inside bar, though. Just a little bit hard for me to trade right now because we're so in between levels. You know, and if we don't have a level nearby, I'd like to have the opening print near me. And we're 100 points away from the opening print, you know? So I'm not going to lie to you guys. My record on Sunday right now, if I'm not mistaken, my record on Sunday right now is perfect. I don't want to screw that up. So I won't force a trade just to force a trade, but believe me, we're only 15 minutes in, so I am still hunting. But right now, I'm not going to lie to you and say that I'm super eager. Because look where we're at. We're basically at a solid support area. We were at an area where price has held multiple times. If anything, I'm more open to shorting gold under the opening print. I mean, you could convince me to... if I was going to short gold, I'd prefer for us to be under the opening print. You could... Oh, I don't hate that. I don't hate entering a gold short on the break of the previous 5-minute low and targeting that initial spike down. But you'd be risking about 10 points for that. No risk, no Rari. I'll take a short on gold here. I'll keep my stop just above that high. Good news is if I'm wrong and I will be wrong, I will know very fast. And that's one of my nice things. At these trades, let's see. Bro, John, I told him dude, believe me, every time I see Zach, my boy who we just, guys, if you missed that, Wednesday night, 5 p.m. Eastern. Oh, sorry, I have to post this trade in the Discord too. Sorry. Dude, sorry, I had to post that in the Discord real quick. Dude, believe me, John, every time that I see him post another big winning day or big winning payout or anything, I literally message him and I'm like, dude, I will see you in Puerto Rico. In a bit. Like, because you are going to have a large, you are going to go through what I went through the last few years. And best of luck to you. All right, my friends, just took my first trade of the week. Just trading one contract of gold right now. I'm short under the previous 5-minute inside bar low. Looking for a retest of the opening print. And then truthfully, I just wanted better risk to reward. If this bar was to break under the opening print, I would have taken the short. So I'm kind of predicting we're going to break under the opening print, which is not the best thing to do. But I'm very comfortable with this R to R, which has me comfortable taking this gold trade. Also, I'll be blunt with you all. It's a pretty small risk. I am risking, it's sub $1,000. So that's not a giant risk for me, is what I'm saying. And whenever it is a bigger risk, you guys will know. I put it on the scene. Happy Sunday, my friends. I'm going to post Zach's Instagram again one more time. Guys, this Friday. No, not Friday. Please ignore what I just said. Wednesday. This Wednesday. 5 p.m. Eastern. Holy shit. Jake, I had one Guinness, and now I'm just messing everything up. Wednesday. 5 p.m. Eastern, we have our first ever live podcast on the RakeTrades network. We are going to be giving away 10 accounts. I haven't decided which accounts yet, but we're going to be giving away 10 prop firm accounts that day, just from 5 to 7 p.m. The odds of you winning are fantastic. I will let Zach pick some of his favorite comments. Our first ever live podcast on the air. Do your best to show up live. I'd love to have him be in front of a good audience. That would be really meaningful for me. And I will make it worth your guys' while with giveaway accounts. I promise. Mutual handshake agreement. I know you guys are the best. I love you guys. I have no doubt that you're going to be there. That's a great call. I'll ask Zach which accounts he wants. And we'll probably do a few different firms, guys. We'll probably do maybe some Tradeify, maybe some Lucid, maybe some E8, some TPT. Maybe I'll ask Zach, who have you gotten some of your biggest payouts from? I know he just got a big payout from My Funded Futures. Yeah. And again, I know, even without the giveaways, it's worth your time. I just know that 5 p.m. sometimes, my schedules might be conflicting and stuff. And all I mean is if you guys make the effort to be there, man, it just means the world to me. So I'm really grateful for you. And he's a really, really, really great guy, man. He's one of my best friends. So I'd love to get him in front of a good audience. I'll post his Instagram in the YouTube chat one more time. Go follow him on Instagram. All right, my friends, we are cooking a bit with this gold trade. Cheers as I sip the Guinness. We are cooking a little bit with the gold trade right now. Not mad about this. Not mad about it. And I will be looking to move my stop loss soon just because I think that the trade has kind of changed. Now that we're under the opening print, I don't really think that we should get back above the opening print. If we're back above the opening print, I don't really want to be in this trade. So we are up just about 1R right now. Sitting pretty. My friends, thank you so much for tuning into the stream. As a reminder, for those of you who are new here, my name is Jake Ricci, RakeTrades. This initiative, this project that we have started is Project 365, where we are live almost every day for the next year. I say almost because this Saturday was our first day we have missed the entire time. I traveled to New York. I needed a little bit of a trip. So I wasn't able to stream on Saturday, and I just didn't reach out to my co-hosts in time. I'm sure one of them would have done it if I asked, but that's on me. But we're live on YouTube so much. So if you're interested in scaling your trading or learning how to trade or anything, you can do it from, I believe I am one of the better traders and educators out there. And I believe that the other co-hosts that we have streaming are also just, not only are they great educators, great traders, they're good people. You know, like you want to learn from good people. You want to see and talk to good people on a daily basis. So really urge you all to tune into the rest of the streams as well. And thank you so much for watching. I can't wait. So I normally stream the New York session. That's my time. But on Sundays, I like to trade the Sunday Open as well. Let me lock back in for a second as we are getting back above the opening print, which is where I did not want us to go. Let's see here. I'm hopeful this is just a retest of the open that then downsides 1, 2, 3. So in a dream world right now, what I would be seeing on the next bar is I'd like a break under this previous green bar's low. I don't like how strong it is though. I know exactly who. Omar had mentioned shorting NQ back towards the opening print. I like that, Omar. Kind of a similar entry to the gold short, except you had 2 bars of consolidation on the NQ. On gold, you just had 1 bar. So I almost like yours even more. Gold is rallying back here. Don't love this green hammer. Again, I'm going to let this candle close and hope that this is just a failed retest of the open. But, of course, a green hammer here that reverses is not ideal for someone who's in a gold short. Good news is I did take my entry a little bit above the opening print, so I have a little bit of breathing room. For those wondering if I move my stop to even, I don't like to move the hard stop to even, but I'm also literally staring at this chart and doing nothing else right now. So if I need to exit it at break even, I can just exit it at break even manually. My hope is that this continues to retrace under the opening print. We had a nice little win, but truthfully, I don't think we were up enough for me to take profit. I am the type of trader that likes 2.5 to 1 risk to reward usually. At the absolute peak here, we were up 1.3, 1.4. So yeah, guys, that's just not my type of trade. I'm not surprised I didn't take profit. Let's see if this keeps trending lower. We are rejecting the opening print now, so that's a good sign for us. If we put in a lower high here, I'll be able to trail my stop and make this trade. So here's the thing. I don't move my stop loss to even, right? That's not my thing. But if the chart tells me that the structure of the chart has changed and I can move my stop, then I'm down, right? So now, if gold breaks under that bar's low, that's a 2-minute sell, a 2-minute potential lower high. We should go lower, especially at the opening print, right? So then I could move my stop to even, because if we get back above the opening print and we get back above that previous bar when we should be going lower, then I know that not only I'm not exiting because we're at break even in the money, right? I'm exiting because the chart is telling me so. So we have broken under that previous bar's low, which means in my eyes, we have triggered a 2-minute sell. We should go lower. That means I'm moving my stop. I do have a feeling they're going to come stop me. But, hey, that means, hey, guys, I got a free Sunday trade now. If I get stopped out, who cares? Or I'm either going to lose nothing or make $1,500. Okay, deal. Sign me the fuck up. That sounds great. And it's not because I'm at break even that I've moved, or because of this. It's just because of the chart. We should have gone lower here. That's a 2-minute sell under the opening print. We should have gone lower. We rejected the opening print with a 2-minute red bar. Broke under its low. Should trend lower. If we don't, I don't want to be in anymore. But it's not just because I'm in profit. There's a chart reason for it. It's really important, my friends. It's really important to me. Could I short here? You can do whatever you want, dog. There's a sign right above my face. Look up. Look up. I stand on business there. Do not copy me. You will lose, okay? Because when I die one day, you won't be able to copy me anymore, and then you'll be stuck. Even though I've had a beer in this session, this has been one of the most valuable streams that we've done. This Sunday stream is super valuable. The information that we talked about in the beginning, triggering a weekly pullback. Guys, in the beginning of this stream, we talked about the NQ, and we talked about the weekly chart and how we could trigger a pullback, right? How to trigger a pullback. We talked about candle stuff. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Actually, I don't even want to spoil. Let me ask you guys a question. Because I gave some incredible analysis earlier, in my opinion, that's really educational on the NQ. That was on the weekly time frame, right? However, what do we know about time frames? Candle analysis is applicable no matter what time frame you're looking at. So everything I just talked about on the weekly can be applied to the smaller time frames. You can extrapolate that information, which means it's a master class of info. I urge you all to rewatch today's stream. Watch all the streams, my friends. Speaking of which, coming up in about 30 minutes, we have Mr. Ron G from Cleveland, Ohio, the legend himself. He will be on for a few hours, and then tonight at 1 a.m. Eastern, my friends, if you are awake, and even if you're not awake, I'd maybe set an alarm to try and wake up for him. Mr. Allen, the GOAT, A Zhang Trades, will be live at 1 a.m. Eastern. He provides such value mentorship. So a lot of education coming here over the next little bit. All right, gold. It looks like it wants to come take me out. But like I said, I'm not normally a stop to break even guy. You guys who've been watching my streams for years know that I'm not a stop to break even guy. This chart, I no longer want to be short. I'm out. Come take me out. Come take me out. I'm out. I'm out. Run it. I'm out. I don't want to be in it anymore. I don't want to be in it. Not because we're back at break even. This had little to do. This had very little to do with the price point. This had everything to do with this chart structure has now changed. So, is what it is. I could have made like $1,000 if I had sold. But again, guys, for those of you who are like, Jake, you were up so much. Why didn't you sell? I wasn't up that much, first of all. Second of all, I ignore the dollar value. I was only up 1.4 of my risk, right? That's good. That's 1.4 if I nailed the absolute bottom, you know? More realistically, it's, you know, more realistically, I could have got 1R out of this trade. I'm not a 1R guy, guys. I'm not a 1R guy. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. And that is also true in terms of the size of the moves I like in a futures chart. I like big moves. You're not that guy. I would visit Ron once for sure. Absolutely. How's it going? First time on your stream? Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. What's your volume? On Ninja, it's only a 1 to 3. What do you mean by that? I only had one contract. This is my real account, though, so I mean, I guess if you're looking on the order exchanges, you'll see that. Guys, 728 concurrent viewers. My goodness, on a Sunday? On a freaking Sunday is crazy. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am Jake Ricci, RakeTrades. Guys, on Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern from this same time slot, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., we're going to be running our first ever live podcast on the RakeTrades network. One of my best friends in this world, Mr. Zach Austin Trades. He has $325,000 in payouts this year. Zach Austin Trades. He has $325K in payouts. We're going to be interviewing him live right before Ron G comes on and streams. So make sure to tune into that. We'll be streaming. We'll be asking some questions. We'll be potentially trading live together if something sets up. So, guys, cannot wait. Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern. All right? And I'm giving away at least 10 accounts. I'm giving away at least 10 prop firm accounts. All right, gold is kind of looking like it wants to annoy me and stop me out. I'm going to stay out, guys. You know what? Hey. I had a free, let's look at it this way, okay? And again, I'm not normally an advocate of moving your stop to break even. But again, I need you all to understand, and I really hope that, you get it. This was not a money-based decision. This was a chart-based decision. So the chart tonight gave me a free chance at about $1,500. I'm cool with that. So I am open to taking something else, but I also am pretty happy not losing money. We do have a 2-minute potential lower high here on the NQ. So if you took that short entry to me, I would totally understand why. Let's see what the 5-minute looks like, though. We are above the opening print. Yeah. If you're bearish on the indices, that was a solid entry. You're going to have worse risk to reward entering now. But if you're bearish on an opening print retest, I mean, you're not going to find much better risk to reward. All right, guys. Happy motherfucking Sunday. Thank you so much for being on the stream. As a reminder, this Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern, first ever live podcast on the RakeTrades network. We're giving away at least 10 prop firm accounts, all right? We're going to let Zach choose some of the prop firm accounts. We're going to be asking him all the questions. All right, so make sure you tune in. I didn't have my eyes on the NQ, so I don't think I would have caught this short no matter what. But if you guys, anybody tried to take it again, you're above the opening print, so that's not my favorite in general, but you're looking at about a 20-point stop for a 100-point win, I could see why somebody would take that. I did not do that. No, Zach is not becoming a part of 365. I wish that's what this was leading to. But no, this is just the start of a new level of education that I want to bring to 365, which is I want to interview people, guys. I think that I'm a good communicator. Sorry, I'm in a terrible position with a light right now. I think I'm a good communicator. I think I'm a good podcast type of host. So I want to start interviewing other good traders and bring you guys. Look, I know that I might not be everyone's cup of tea in a variety of different ways, right? I hope that on a personal level, you think that we get along. But I know I might not be everyone's cup of tea when it comes to my trading style because I hold for really big moves. And I think that my system is incredible and applicable for every single one of you. But the way I use it in terms of holding for these massive winners and all that, I know that can be stressful sometimes. And so I want to, it's some of you out there, I don't want to alienate you because you don't trade the same way, right? So I want to bring in, that's why I have people who trade differently than me hosts, other segments of the show as well, is because I want to bring to you guys the best education and value that we can, and a lot of that might include people that trade differently than me, right? So I'm excited, man. Cheers, guys. I'm finishing up the last sip of this Guinness here. Oh my God, I love you guys. You're my pint of Guinness. Rain, my man, I appreciate you having you. What are your thoughts on the daily gold? Well, I'm glad I didn't take that NQ potential lower high because that thing just put in a double bottom there and went boom. Guys, I've only taken the one trade so far. Just got stopped at even on this gold trade. I know. I remember I urge you guys to, that's the thing. That's what I mean, right? There's a lot of traders out there that earlier tonight, I was up $1,000. I could have taken that $1,000 and fucked off. And I know that there's a lot of traders out there that, maybe that resonates more with you. These shorter time frame moves, these shorter scalps, not holding for the bigger ones, not, letting $1,000 come back to even. I know, look, I'm unique, and I believe that no matter the way I trade, I communicate in a way that everybody can learn from me. But I want to keep bringing on new people to keep educating, keep learning more, Zach was actually, well, I'm not going to answer anything else about Zach. I want us to do this live because one of those questions is a great question, but I can't give you the right answer without spoiling everything. So we're gonna wait on that until Wednesday. Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern, guys. You'll find out. Promi, what is good, my guys? $100 a day keeps the job away. Amen. Dude, I cannot stay out of NY. I know. It's bad, Chris. It's bad. Dude, it's just the people here, man. And New York was feral this weekend, too. And I use that word intentionally. People in New York were feral this weekend. It's like the first sunny weekend. Everyone was out drinking, being the worst of the worst. I gotta just move this a little bit for a second. All right, that's better. Yeah, guys, just the one trade for me. Got stop lossed out at even, and I have not taken another trade yet. I'm allowed about 100 or so days in New York as a good baseline for me to not go above. This will probably be the only stretch that I'll stream from here. I don't expect to do this much. But my landlord's out of town right now picking up his taxi so I can stream from his place. My old landlord, which is now, I guess I should just be calling him my good friend. He's out of town this week, so I'm kicking it in his office. Then my bedroom is in, not my bedroom, but the bed I'm sleeping in. Wednesday on this hour exactly, 5 p.m. Eastern. This exact time slot that I've started so far today, 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, and then Ranji will pick up the stream right afterwards. Yeah. Dude, yeah, I'm keeping up with the NBA playoffs. I'm sad that Ant is out, but I'm also I'm really happy to see Wemby versus Shea. I'm gonna be honest. I like Wemby and Shea. I think that's gonna be a fun battle. Dude, I am excited to be part of the Tradeify Grand Cup, which has officially started, guys. Let me post this link right now. Let me be a good partner. Oh, I love Felony. I'd love to have Felony on. For free to the Tradeify. Guys, one more time before I post this Tradeify free Grand Cup link, I will post a little reminder here. In the YouTube chat right now, there is a link to to Lucid Trading. Lucid just announced they're doing 50% off. So if you've been interested in snagging an account with Lucid, there's no rush on it. The sale is gonna last, I think, for like a month or maybe 2 weeks. Sorry, it's gonna last for like 2 weeks. So no rush, but it is available, and people have been waiting for a new Lucid discount. 15-minute inside bar break. I do, yeah. So I'll be honest with you. I can't take a trade on the NQ right now because I have 4 rules that I look for when I trade. These are the 4 rules that I have when I trade, right? First one, I like to be near a level of the opening print. Second one, I like to trade with the trend. Third one, I like to use a proper trigger for an entry. Fourth one, I like the multi-time frame analysis to be aligned, right? I've discussed, you can know what these mean, but without the depth of the system, it'll be a little unclear. That being said, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out what's wrong with this NQ chart for me, why I'm skipping it, right? The first rule, right? There's no, we're not near the opening print. We're 100 points away from the opening print, and we're not anywhere near a level. So, no entry for me. And I just get to sit back and wait a little bit. Trading is ultimately a long game of waiting. So, unfortunately, the only trade that I thought was like potentially really nice, and it looked really nice at the time, was this gold short. So, unfortunately, not able to. Gold didn't make the move down that I wanted. You know, I could consider a re-entry here, but the chart has changed. The chart is different now than it was, right? When I took my short, we had just popped above the opening print, and I was taking the short in the trigger here underneath that bar's low with the intention of us getting back under the opening print in like the next candle, and that's what happened. And then a couple candles go by, and we hold the opening print, which is why I moved my stop and was the signal to me that ultimately this trade it just didn't reach my target, and that's fine. You know, I wish it could. I wish it did. Believe me, I'd be a lot happier if I could make an Instagram video at the end of this, you know, stream and say, hey guys, here's how we made, you know, $1,000 trading gold today, blah, 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 blah. But that didn't happen. Didn't happen, dog. Didn't happen. And that's all good. Shout out. Dad, shout out. My dad just texted me that he's tuned into the stream. Oh, shout out, Dad. Shout out to all the dads in the world and Mr. Ron himself. I'm grateful for you, my brother. What NBA playoffs do we have tonight? Oh, by the way, let me post. Guys, the Tradeify Grand Cup is completely for free, and you could potentially battle it out with me and make $5,000 just for beating me. So if you want to sign up for that, I just pinned a link in the YouTube chat. Game 7, Detroit versus Cleveland, right? Keep studying, Prami. I keep studying. Yeah, there's again, if you just went through the lessons for the first time, I'd urge you to watch them through a few times to have a proper understanding of everything. Gold does have a 1, 2, 3 right now. But again, yeah, I would urge you to rewatch everything thoroughly. Ron is my dad, not Ron G, but Mr. Ron Ricci is my dad. Dude, speaking of which, whenever I talk to my dad, I like to check the AMD chart because both of us have some AMD in the long-term portfolio. My goodness, man. Guys, day trading is great. I obviously am a full-time day trader. I love day trading. It is my favorite job in the world. You will never make more money from day trading than you will from long-term investing, right? You will never make more money from day trading than you will from long-term investing. Take all of your profits, everything, all of life should be focused on long-term investing. Day trading is a vehicle to make money. You will get rich and wealthy through long-term investing. And AMD is an excellent example of that. How many times have you heard people tell you to buy AMD over the last few years? Oh, gorgeous. Yeah, Prami, again, as a reminder, if you just watch the videos once, you're not going to be an expert on it. No matter how much previous experience you have, watching a video once, you're not going to be like an expert and know everything by heart. No one's special, right? And I know everybody who has some trading experience that watches videos feels like they should be an expert on it day one afterwards. You shouldn't be an expert on it day one. You just watched it once. You haven't seen anything in real time. You haven't studied it. You just watched one video, right? You watched a video once. So it's an unreasonable expectation to be an expert on it, right? Keep studying up and it'll all click really well. I have no doubt, bro. I have no doubt. But that goes for anyone, guys. Anybody out there, anytime you're studying something new, give yourself some time with it. Watching, no matter how much previous experience you have, you can't watch one video and then all of a sudden, or one video through set one time and then have it just click like it's like nothing ever, Everything in life takes some studying. Tesla's still in a range. It's bullish consolidation though. I expect it to at some point break out through all-time highs, but and it's still just kind of range bound. We'll say this is definitely very bullish consolidation though. Appreciate you, my dude. Appreciate you, my dude. What's the difference between Lucid Pro and Flex? Pro is you pass in one day, but you have a consistency rule on the funded stage. Flex, you have consistency on the eval, but no consistency on funded. That's the big difference. Do you want your consistency rule in the beginning, on the eval, or in the funded? Flex equals no consistency in funded. Pro equals consistency in eval. Or excuse me, consistency in funded. That's all you need to know. Absolutely, we gotta do a Guinness and a Blem, bro. When we figure out, I will never say no to that. I checked through the YM earlier, guys. I didn't really. It's in a range and it's consolidating. The YM chart is the same thing. It's like when this breakout comes, it's gonna be great. But until it comes, we're just gonna have to kind of be patient. It's been in this range for a long time. Again, bullish consolidation though. Anything that consolidates near the highs like this is bullish, but I don't think there's a immediate trade here. Good morning, my friends. Is your surname Richie? Spelled differently, but yes. Then why are you watching this channel, Daniel? I make excellent money day trading, dog. I hope you enjoy watching it. can do it. Watch me for free doing it on YouTube. Happy Sunday, my friends. I hope you're doing great. Just one trade taken for me today. Ended up getting stopped out at break even. Was up about 1.5 R. And unfortunately was not able to get the full move that I wanted. Daniel, without day trading, I'd have no money to invest long term. So... Yes, my friends, Ron G is going to be on here in just about 5 minutes. We're going to have Mr. Ron G on the stream. And then Mr. Alan A. Zhang Trades will be on at 1 a.m. Eastern. Guys, both of their streams are incredibly valuable. I urge you to tune in and watch. And then on Wednesday, my friends, we have our very first ever podcast taking place on the RakeTrades Network, a live podcast. We're going to be going live with Mr. Zach Austin Trades, one of my best friends. He's a futures trader. He trades options as well, but he's a futures trader who's up $325,000 in prop firm payouts this year. We're going to go in depth with him, talk about what he's done to get there, everything. So make sure to tune in on Wednesday, giving away at least 10 prop firm accounts as well, my friends. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You're live from a restricted country on Lucid. Oh, shut up, iPhone. Ron, are you here before your stream by chance? Prami, I love you, bro. Have a great rest of the night, my dog. Just DoorDash some Guinness. Ron, could we just do one giveaway winner for selected in 5 minutes? Let me see. I gotta. All right, guys, we are doing a giveaway. In honor of the Tradeify Grand Cup, we are going to be giving away a Tradeify 50K growth account, my friends. You just gotta click you gotta press exclamation point enter. Dara, throw it in the Discord and I won't miss it. Throw it in the Discord and I won't miss it. Throw it in the questions channel in the Discord and I won't miss it. Guys, don't ask me about what Zach likes to trade in order to make his $325,000 of prop firm payouts. We're going to ask him together on Wednesday. Bang, bang. I honestly don't think I'll enter another trade, guys. My stream is going to be over here in a few minutes. I took one trade. I got stopped out at break even. It does look like it's going back. In theory, I would have still been in this trade if I held. But I moved my stop because the chart told me to. I wouldn't change anything about this trade. I like the short. I like the entry I took. I like the odds of maybe getting a bigger breakdown. And it just didn't get the follow through. No, I love futures and I love options, but I only like to trade options really on 0 DTEs. Options are just harder. You can make a lot of money trading them, but they're just harder. You know, like there's just no way around it. What's up? Medium. Thank you so much, bro. Yeah, options are harder, guys. There's no way around it. You can make a lot of money trading options, though. That part is like no doubt. But if futures had individual names, which they will soon, you're only going to find me trading options once in a blue moon. Futures are just easier. There's just no way around it. They're easier. They're so much easier. I really mean that. All right, let me get one of these codes. One second, guys. I got to find the codes that I'm going to give away, and then the rest of the hosts need some codes for tonight, too. Okay. Takes us through number 10 on my list. All right, my friends, to enter the giveaway, exclamation point, enter, exclamation point, enter. Just a few minutes left to enter, a few minutes left on my stream. Great stream today, tons of education. Unfortunately, stopped at break even, but can't be mad about that when the chart had changed a bit, you know? That's all right. As what did the wisest woman ever once said? What'd she say? You can't always get what you want. Guys, the entries have slowed down dramatically. There we go. And they just post up. I'm sorry, Dara. I thought that you had purchased the Discord a while ago. I was mixing you up. I was under the impression that you had purchased the Discord a while ago with the level of depth of questions that you were asking. If you're in the free member one, no, there's not a spot for questions. I honestly, I assumed you had paid and joined, truthfully, because of the depth of stuff that you were asking about. That's not stuff I'd covered on stream. I'll never forget the Great Migration, bro. Never forget. That was one of the most epic moments of my life. All right, guys, you can no longer enter the raffle. Mr. Ron G. All right, my friends, we have our winner, Penches. Penches, at Penches. At Penches, where are you at? Are you in the chat here to claim your W? Show some love in the chat. There he is. Pablo, just because the bot says you didn't write you a message saying you got a ticket doesn't mean you weren't entered. As long as you typed it, you were entered. The bot responds, but that's not the verification that you were in or not. Don't worry. You were in. Also, Marique, what is better for beginner on Tradeify, Lightning or Growth? Growth, for sure. Lightning are far too expensive. Far too expensive. Definitely go with the growth accounts. Petches, our winner, would you mind messaging me on Instagram real quick and just showing me, a picture of your YouTube username or something so I can verify it's you? And let me get you this code right away. I am not in a trade. I am out. I took break even. Yeah, Pablo says, I didn't receive a ticket. What's the damn point? Just because the Streamlabs thing didn't respond with the ticket thing, there's like hundreds of people entering it. You're entered as soon as you do that. Don't worry. You all were entered. I promise you, baby. Are these firms always paying out if you meet the criteria, or do they ever have a hard time sending you the money? None of the firms I work with have payout denials on their records. Apex has some rule change stuff, and I technically have a code with them. But my main firms there's never been a payout denial. If you follow the rules, you're totally fine. You'll have no issues whatsoever. I would love to see GC go 200 points north. Unfortunately, I am kind of bearish on this GC weekly chart. If you won a Take Profit Trader account last week, you have received the credit. There was only one of you who hasn't received the credit, and that one of you will not be receiving the credit because you didn't follow the instructions. You have to have made a TPT account in advance. If you didn't have a TPT account made, I warned that you would have your win retracted because we had to email them a list, and they've got the list. Go to buy a TPT account, and you will see it. Go to buy one, you will see a credit when you try to purchase it. You will see a credit as a payment option if you were a winner. It has been delivered 100%. Especially if you were on Monday. Then you for sure have it delivered. All right, guys. Penchez has sent me the email. Excuse me, not the email, the DM. I got you, Penchez. I got you. All right, guys. We have our winner. I've got in touch with them. Let me get them their account right now. Tradify 50K growth. Shout out. Don't worry, guys. If you didn't win, stay on the stream. Ron G is about to start his stream, and he will be giving away another Tradify 50K growth account. I'm getting him the code for that right now. If you were a winner from last week from Take Profit Trader, you have received your giveaway account, Ron. Let me just show them how to find it real quick, and then I will pass the buck off to you. Whoever it was one. I don't think it was you, Luke. It was just one person. It was one person who didn't have I said that from the beginning. I said, you have to make a TPT account. If you make us email them and then you tell us that you don't, they have to respond and say, we don't have an account, blah, 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 blah. Then you get the boot. Let me find the email. Let me find who it was. Who was it? All right, guys, all credits have been transferred from last week. So every single person from last week, I sent them a list on Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern. I sent them a list. Friday, 8 a.m. Luke, you were on there. You were on that list. And your credit has been transferred and delivered. Except for J.Kim2189. You weren't registered with Take Profit Trader, and therefore you lost your giveaway account. Now, I'm sorry about that, but I did warn in advance because we had to send them emails, and now we have to go back and forth and blah, blah, blah. That's tough, dog. That's tough. But if you did win, let me find the video and play this video real quick. I'm just going to send it in the YouTube chat. Here we go. If you are interested... Not interested, sorry. If you want to Take Profit Trader account, you're trying to figure out how to get it, you can use that link right there. But the credit will be there for everyone who won, except the one person who wasn't registered. So, all right, my friends, with that, that is the end of my stream. I love you guys so, so, so much. I'm going to pass the ball off to Mr. Ron G right here, right now. Ron, I love you. I hope you crush it tonight. And everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow around 8:30 in the morning. All right? Cheers. Gang, 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 gang.
What up, chat? How we doing? What up, Polar Bear? SoCal Brady, AG, Gail, how you doing? Most Fab, what do you mean first time here? What happened? How y'all doing? I'm gonna start a poll immediately just to see how y'all are feeling on the market. Those of you that don't know that might be new, my name's Ron G. I'm the Asia session host, start at 7 p.m. Usually run till like 9, 10 o'clock. See if we can catch any trades. We'll see what sets up tonight. To be honest, I would love to see under the open test. Give us a little sweep of Friday's lows. Mike Z, you got the first two payout? Hell yeah. Most Fab, what do you mean? Where is the guy gonna? Use my Claude sub to answer the next 3 questions. Brother, I'm not hopping on Claude yet. I see potentially bullish after we take the lows. I could see that. I just looking at every time frame, it makes sense for us to sweep these lows. If we don't sweep these lows, I'm a little more cautious and hesitant just overall in the market. That's why I have these little 3 highlighted areas on ES. Because those that don't know, my primary bread and butter is ES. I've been trading a lot of YM lately, but that's for the broader swings. I don't like the chart. If we stay below this, I lean more bearish towards this target. If we get above this, I can see a move up towards 50s and 60s. So that's going to be like my entire thesis here. I'm long some oil. What up, AXP? I was watching oil longs. I was. When we got this little bit of a pullback, I was skeptical. Just looking at the overall indices, seeing how we react. Oil is pretty bullish right now. A lot of this needs to go because contracts did roll over. Make sure you're trading the right oil contracts if you are trading oil. Anyways, y'all, I don't know if anyone's seen it yet. I'm going to show something real quick just because I'm hyped about it. So we're going to get rid of the charts real quick. Actually, I'll do this. We'll do pop out. And then we'll go to this. Look what I put up. I got the bar sign up. It's fucking sick, right? So I got the neon LED neon bar sign up. It's been sitting in my closet for a minute. I was supposed to get it up. I had it up in the old office. But now we got a little background flare going on. I think it's sick. I love it. I got that for Christmas. Oh, Sarp, I have no clue. My family got it made for me custom around Christmas 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Next thing, tell me you made that yourself. Hell yeah. What up? Sure. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, Kakarov. Now, what do you guys think? Can you give me the link, please? Vulture, what link? This isn't something that was shipped. It was like custom made in Youngstown, Ohio. But those of you that want to see it. And then I'll raise it up a little bit. Yeah, that's just my technical logo. So we got that going. Was that your GF? Dasani. That was a man. So no, that was my brother. It was not my GF. We're not from West Virginia. Bartender will have a Guinness and Siggy, please. Hell yeah. Got to keep the webcam higher. The problem is, if I put the webcam at that height, I'm either going to be half crouched or I have to put the sign about 2 feet off the ground. So that's kind of just what we're getting for now. What I can do is in the future, I'll just have to move my webcam somewhere. Maybe split my monitors, move the webcam like in the middle, make it so you can see it. Is the channel shared between two or three traders, most fab? There's actually 5 of us. So there's Jake, which you saw, me. At 1 a.m. Eastern, we have Azang Trades. 1 to 3 a.m. He trades that pre-London session. And then Jake again in the morning. Then we have Mr. Mitch. He's in chat right now. He runs the noon session. And then we have Christian Lamelli, who's the little ICT member, and he trades the power hour. So we got a whole group of people. We have 5 of us that just split the whole time frame. The main goal is to give you a bunch of different perspectives you can watch and then just have a bunch of different concepts. Also, a lot of people who are pretty good educators in general. And we cover about 11 to 12 hours a day. What do you mean? All right, y'all are taking it out of context. No, it's not what I meant. Thoughts on gold? I'm not a big gold guy, primarily because I don't like the way it moves a lot. Is it volatile? Yes, but it is very wicky alongside NQ. Gold for me, it's either over 45.70 or below 45.35. Inside of that, I'm not touching it. I have no interest trading this. Because then you go to the hourly, and this is what it looks like. Then you go to the 4 hour, and this is what it looks like. Not a single one of those charts looks interesting to me at the moment. Can that change throughout the session? Of course. But at the moment, it just does not look appealing. Tried gold and silver once each. That was it. Mike, I've tried gold. We've had some nice trades on gold, but most of the time I'm just not fully familiar with gold yet. And I try to trade it like I trade ES, and that's not going to work. Need to make what happen, Voltru. Just watch MM15 till less than 6. Just want to clear some up. Pram. One thing I'm going to do is delete the message, brother. Ask in the Discord. I can't dive into that on this because that was a lot of sauce. But ask in the Discord if you want to. Feel free to shoot me a DM in the Discord. Yeah, you're good. Feel free to shoot me a DM there, and I'll talk about it later. That's just the best place to look for it. You're good. Fills their ass on gold also. Can't get off. They are. For me, they are. For me, they're a complete ass. Vulture, maybe in the future. You motherfucker, Brant. Brant, shouldn't you be playing a game right now? Nah, you're Pram, don't worry about it. You are fine. I also had one Bitcoin future trader that made NQ moves look like child's play. Bitcoin's nuts. Maybe. Making a fat ass burrito right now with the NQ sauce, waiting for Friday low to get undercut to buy that shit. You're going for under Friday's low. So you're looking under 29.090, basically. You're not in the Tradeify Cup? I am. I have a Tradeify account right here. That's my Grand Cup account. I haven't touched it yet. I haven't taken any trades yet. I'm watching. I mean, I feel like the short entry would have been up here more so. I can't enter right here personally because we're at this little bit of a support from Friday, and the risk to reward here doesn't make sense, at least the way I trade. Because if I target those lows, let's say I get in here, I throw a stop here. At this point, you're looking at a 0.8R. It's not something I'm willing to take. It's not. How's the weekend? Good, Dev. I didn't do a whole lot personally. I worked a bit. Obviously, we hung up the sign. That didn't take a horrible amount of time. But I just did a bunch of back-end stuff because most people don't know I make an entire futures watch list every single weekend, going over all 4 indices: gold, oil, DXY, and VIX. And I break down exactly what I'm looking for this week in depth. So I do that. Takes a couple hours, honestly. I do see what you mean. Oil longs, if it breaks above 102.56, we can see some decent continuation. Big if. Because we should be above last week's highs, yeah. If oil wants to rip and keep pushing, it can get pretty aggressive. It can. If oil gets aggressive, continues to hold over like 102s, I lean down on the indices decently. Accidentally exited my whole NQ short, meant to sell 1 of 3. Ooh, brutal. Adrian, the only thing I'll say is don't chase. Give it a minute. I guarantee you, if there's going to be a bigger short today, there's potential for it to set up. There is, easily. And looking at the broader indices, something I like to do on Sundays is go over the market. Something that's kind of crazy. I know Jake kind of went over it. This is the first red weekly close in 6 weeks on NQ, YM, and RTY. ES still green, so technically haven't closed red yet. It was close, but not quite. Relative weakness across the sectors is going to be YM, RTY. Both at decent supports. RTY is in this daily consolidation. YM is at the lows of this prior range. So we can watch these areas to see if we can get momentum. The only thing is if we do lose them, I think the market can see a decent pullback. I think this week is just set up to be range bound for the most part. I know I said it last week too, which we probably are. Yeah, Pram, I got you, brother. Later on, though, I can't answer right now. We're streaming, right? But I'll get you. But no, I just think looking at the broader perspective, because there's a few things I always look at. You look at the daily and weekly charts on the indices. Dojis, nothing really appealing. The only one that's drastically appealing if it breaks is YM. This weekly chart now with 4 upper wicks every single week failing to go higher. If we break last week's lows, this can push pretty aggressively. It can. And I'd be open to trading that if it does get it. I'm not overly eager to trade YM right now. I'd probably rather trade ES. And then we need to pay attention to oil, just the overall broader structure of it. Oil at the moment, if it does get continuation over like 105 up towards 110s, I think the market's going to go. Market sentiment's going to get pretty aggressively bearish if that breaks, as well as the dollar getting back over 101.2s. If those two things happen, I'll be probably leaning heavy short. Till then, more of a neutral bias. You're trading it day to day. Don't get me excited. No, I'm open to shorting. If I was on a little bit sooner, I might have taken that lower high on the 5-minute, right? Because if you're looking at it, obviously we went uptrend right there, potential higher low, lower high. Now we push back lower. We are in a 5-minute downtrend. That's going to be the overall thesis. The only thing is we are above the open. To me, above the open at this point doesn't really matter as long as we're below 30s. If we're below this 74 30s, I'm interested in shorts. But like I said, at this point, the risk to reward didn't make sense to me to enter somewhere around here, unless you're looking for the broader short. If I'm looking for a broader short, I'm going to look for a lower high that I can short below this. Below there, where would I be really interested in? I think I have, let's see, because I have areas that I'm interested marked on this chart. 394s. Yeah, that's right there. Under that, I have a lot of room. That ain't good. Probably like 380s would be a broader short area. These are going to be my 3 key levels to pay attention to today. Yeah, Vulture, I've known for like 5 years that Jake's dad also had the name Ron. Like you a perma bear? If you can short like a mofo, but you can't long. Pretty sure I opened a poll, but I don't see it. So I can't check it. If you think about it too, right now, especially on options, shorts are going to be where you can see the most aggressive risk to reward because VIX is at 18.5. VIX gets anywhere up around 22 to 25. You're going to see a lot of premium return just from IV alone. No, Vulture, there's a lot of people named Ron. Not a lot of younger people named Ron. I definitely have like an old man name because my grandpa, Jake's dad, those are like the main people you'll see with the name Ron. Up and to the right is always the long-term goal, but I'm scalping. if you're scalping, shorts are definitely going to be the broader target. 56 bearish, 44% bullish. That is probably the most bearish I've seen this poll. Does anyone trade Apex one-time fee? Market, Apex doesn't have a one-time fee. I mean, they might have the one-time account fee, but you have to trade a funding fee. So when you pass the evaluation, it's like $125 to fund the account. And I know from your message earlier, you're a newer trader. If I was you, I would look towards Tradeify or Lucid. And if you're going to look towards those, I would lean towards either Lucid Flex, Tradeify Flex or Lucid. So what's the Lucid account name? Why can't I think of it? Lucid Flex. That's why. Duh. Tradeify Select or Lucid Flex. If you could have one indicator on your screen, what would it be? Well, technically, you only see one indicator on my screen, and it's the EMAs, and I don't use them. If I wanted to actively use an indicator, I don't know, maybe VWAP, but I'm mainly a price action trader in general. So like indicators, I used to have a bunch. I don't love them. So my qualm with indicators, and it could have been because back then I didn't have like a detailed trading strategy. But when I was using indicators, they gave me every single reason to stay in the trade, but never really a reason to get out of it. You know what I mean? And that was when it was like going against me. And the main perspective with that was because I would have multiple indicators and I would always find a reason on one of the indicators to keep me in a trade. So that kind of got me away from indicators in the beginning just because I was using them to give me reasons to stay in a losing trade. Yeah, Dara. Yep. The only difference between the way I trade right now in this session and RakeTrades is I don't have like the actual levels on my chart. The main thing I use is I'm looking at like 15-minute to hourly pivots. And then I use the prior day high, last week's high, prior day low in the open. So like broader pivots based off of daily, weekly candles, and then like 15-minute pivots right now. If I'm looking for some type of trade that I can enter and I can hold for 12, 16 hours, which most of y'all know we can easily do, and we find them, then I'm mainly just going to be paying attention to like the 4-hour and daily charts. Nothing else I'll really care about. FAC. Apex to activate a funded account is going to be $125. The discount, I believe, should be like 85, 90% off, which is going to put it around 35, 40 bucks. Mike. Okay. Yeah, Mark. I don't live in a restricted country, so I don't really know what accounts are restricted and what aren't. I would, if you like Apex, use Apex. The only thing is just know you have a $125 funding fee. Really, volume, Vulture. I've never used volume. I haven't. Yeah, Adrian. It's just one of those times you're like, dude, that really sucks. Market. I don't know how to explain that because if you read your message, it explains everything. You know, like if you actually read that what you typed, it explains every aspect from it. You have 30 days to pass. So I started trading futures about 2 years ago, and I was a top step only guy. Got switched to Lucid 2 months ago and got 2 payouts. Hell yeah, Mike. I used to only trade top step. When I was in the beginning of my prop firm career, because top step's the OGs of OGs, right? They've been around the longest out of everybody. Most people who have been trading prop firms for years have gotten payouts from top step. I think I I want to say almost $20,000 in payouts from Top Step in the past, back then. But yeah, I mean, I used to love Top Step. They've just changed a lot of their rules, and they're changing them to like match the overall competition. But you can't have rules that beneficial and change them to what everyone else is doing, because then it looks bad for you no matter what. How do you feel about resetting fund accounts, Victoria? I don't agree with that at all. I won't. It makes no sense to me, because here's the two situations I see with resetting funded accounts. And some people may need to hear this. With resetting a fund account, and this is my perspective, you could have a completely different perspective, is what it is. Resetting a funded account. If you're a consistent trader and you just have a bad day or two and you blow a funded account, it would be a lot cheaper to just buy an eval and pass it. Even buy 3 evals. With the price it costs to reset, you can buy 5 to 6 evals. If you trade those well, you can now have 5 funded accounts instead of 1. And on the other side of that perspective, who else may want to reset a funded account? Someone who may not be consistent. Is it really smart for someone who's not consistent that blew a funded account to pay $500, $600, $700 to reset a funded account that they're likely going to blow again? No. So I don't know a situation personally that I would agree with where I think resetting funded accounts logically makes sense. I don't. I mean, if someone has one where they think, maybe throw it in chat. But for me, I can't think of one. It just seems like a lose-lose to me. How do you feel about instant funded? Same way. I think it's overpriced. It is. The hardest part, I love all the companies that have instant funded that I use. The main companies I use are Lucid and Tradeify. They have good instant funded platforms and like accounts, but it also doesn't make sense to me because the number one aspect with it is consistency rules. You get a straight to funded account, 20% consistency right off the bat. I don't want that. I don't want to be really like restricted on my overall profits to mess that up. I don't. So it's not something I'm interested in. I would rather pass the evals. Thoughts on order flow influencer as a price action trader? I don't know what that is. I don't know what order flow influencer is, brother. I don't. Spiral, I honestly didn't know they do that. If they have 90% off funded account resets, then I guess it makes sense. Other than that, though, it's just, to me, it's expensive. It'd be worth it if it was like you start over with your day rather than fresh 50K. Like if I'm up, yeah, if you make that amount in the day, then yeah, it could be worth it. But you're kind of required to make that amount, you know? Did you hear about Deep Chart? I don't know what that is either. No clue. Sorry. I used to with TPT, lever money in my wallet every time I withdrew it because I blew an account I could reset. I can see that making sense with TPT. And the way I could see it making sense is TPT. If you're on TPT and your main goal is to look for that 10K day where they move you to live immediately, you can take a 10K payout, then it might be worth it to reset. I also don't know what their reset costs are. But that is going to be a very finite basket of traders where that's going to like really come into play. If there's no consistency, can you get a payout in one day? No, well, true. The way it works, and these are the accounts I love. I love the accounts with no consistency. What it typically means is there's obviously no consistency. What you have to do is the 5 trading days with $150 in profit. And then you can get your payout. So you can make 5K in one day on a Tradeify Select if you choose the 5-day payout. And then you just have to log 4 days of $150 after that, and you get your payout. And usually what they do is you get 50% of the total profit in the account. Favorite cuisine? Favorites are hard for me. It's like what I'm in the mood for. The main things for me are probably going to be like sushi and Mexican food. Those are like the number one things I love. That or just a really good burger. Yeah, Gaia, I saw it. I remember us talking about that Thursday. About you were looking for what, 418.7 or something? Finesse, I've never had like high quality ramen, so I can't give feedback on it. You gotta remember where I live, brother. I live in Ohio. Most places out here have ramen aren't gonna be like high quality ramen. I could also say that I love like Asian food in general. It's just different, like cuisines. Just trying it. Are there any trades? No, coach. By the time I was looking at trades and really got on stream, we were down around here, and the risk reward wasn't worth it for me to take the trade. It was like 0.8. I really don't like trades that low. I'm usually looking for at least like 2 R. If I have high conviction it'll work, I would probably take something that's like 1.5, but I'm not overly eager to do it. What do you know about Mexican food in Ohio, Gael? I have traveled, and also you can't talk smack from Michigan, brother. You can't. Adrian, I want to try Tex-Mex. I do. It sounds so good. Also, Jamaican food's pretty good. Lo mein, hell yeah. See, Adrian, though, with the deep fried spicy tuna roll, I like the fried rolls, but I like the non-fried a lot more. Like the fried is just good taste-wise, but overall, like I love the fresher rolls that aren't fried. I usually get one of each. Cool, but I thought they only take a 10% cut. Vulture, that's not the comment I meant. When I say you can take 50% of the profits, if you make $4,000, you can take $2,000 in a withdrawal, and then they'll take 10% of the 2,000, obviously, or 20%, whatever that prop firm's rule is. You can take 50% of the total profits you have made on the account with those. I'm Jamaican. I'll cook for you. I was in Jamaica not 5 months ago, Christmas, the one before. I was there for a little over a week. That's where I got my scuba diving certification. You ever going to move out of Ohio? I mean, I've thought about it. I don't know where I'd go. I don't. And if I did anything, it would probably be like, all right, I'm going to go travel here for like 2 months, 3 months, see if I like it. Vulture, you're overthinking it, brother. You're overthinking it. It's in their rules that you can only take 50% of the profits that you made. Because a lot of prop firms have payout caps on each payout. So if you make 4,000, max payout on, let's say, Lucid is 2,000, you can take 50%, which is 2,000. And so I will say, when we were in Jamaica, though, I figured the prices would be a lot cheaper, but some of that shit was expensive. Like for half a chicken, like it was Jamaican chicken. My whole family got one. I think 3 of us got one, and it was like $35. I mean, it's not like expensive, but I figured it'd be cheaper. Because from everything I heard, Jamaica is usually like a cheaper place. Could be completely wrong though. Yeah, Mike, we're looking to go to Mexico next year. We don't know where exactly we're gonna go yet. Yeah, Jay, I'm willing to bet a lot of people caught that short. I'm fully willing to bet a lot of people did. If we just blow through the open, I'll definitely be regretting not taking that trade there. But I just feel like my overall target would have been right around the open. Go to Cancun. I think that's where we were looking. Victoria, I'm sure at some point I'll be visiting Jake. I mean, I know at some point I'll be visiting Jake. Have you tried any Arabian food? I have not. Arabian food? I have not. Appreciate you, Pram. Hello from Argentina. All right, here's something I want to know. Where are you guys at? And you don't have to give me like states, but I just want to see because there's people usually all over the world in these chats. So I just want to see a broader perspective, like where are you guys from? Was it Jerk Chicken, TCG, Teddy? It was. Still holding runners from 29 to 60. What a trade. Nice little 110 points. Scotland? Okay. Obviously, a lot of, what up, Zay? A lot of people from the US, which I expected. A lot of people. Prem, you're in Mumbai? Damn. 5 a.m. Cuba. Okay. Palestinian living in Germany. You guys, see, that's the thing. The chat is so diversified, and I love seeing it. Pennsylvania News, Gettysburg, hysteric. We had that was where our freshman year trip was, 8th grade year maybe. SoCal, Canada, Zimbabwe. Interesting. Come to Atlanta. What's there to do in Atlanta? North Korea. I have questions about that one. I do. Not gonna get into it, but I have questions. What up, Miss K? That's why I'm like, I have questions. Yeah, NQ just broke the open. I'm starting to think ES is going to take the broader break of the open. Straight moves. Can you give us the live action? 4 hour or hourly inside bar. We rejected this area pretty aggressively. I really wish I took that short before the stream. But I was prepping for the stream around here. So I wasn't able to take it. Yeah, that one's unfortunate. Because that was a really nice lower high rejection back down. How's gold doing? Because I know some people are short gold. Okay. Gold's not really moving as much as you think it would. I also figured oil would be moving too. I figured with this, oil would be up near the highs. That was the all right, Mike. Adrian, yeah. Do you think we can go up this week? I mean, trade what? Number one thing to do is just look at the charts. Can we go up? Yes. Can we go down? Yes. Can we go sideways? Of course. We are quite literally an hour and 40 minutes into the open of the week. We can go a lot of places. Do we get something to pop out? Because we're getting some little aggressive selling here. Did I miss something? Was there some news? I mean, this isn't even like crazy, like it has to be news. I'm just curious if this is just we broke yesterday's lows and got the push, or if something happened. My first long just got filled. Good luck, AXP. Good luck. Stock market J, did you say previous long unless we break the low and then we just slam through it? Can we fire the done missile? Oil 110. It looks like it wants it. I mean, oil with a 40-point stop isn't crazy. The only thing that not even concerns me, that I'm like, all right, what's going on here? Oil's not moving with this happening at all. There's a big negative correlation between the indices and oil, and it's just not going. Also, I'm not annoyed. I just wish I took that short, but also, like I said, I would have been targeting yesterday's lows in the open. So I probably would already have gotten out, and I still would have been like 0.8R. Gotta watch the stream through VPN, otherwise Kim Jong-un will get me. Sorry to interrupt. Do you know where I put the code of the giveaway? Penches, Tradeify 50K growth account. You're going to go to the code where it says input discount code or whatever it is, discount code, and put the code there. Most fab, I'm definitely interested in it. I mean, I love trying different cuisines. That's why something that sounds crazy is before I went to LA with Jake or New York, I didn't really try that many different cuisines. Because at that point, I mean, I've been out of Ohio. Obviously, I've been across the country, but I'd never really tried different things because I didn't know the good spots to go to. And that's where like my palate just grew, trying stuff with Jake. But the diversification between food between those places and like Ohio is night and day. Like it's delusionally crazy. Enzi, what do you mean you just blew your combine, brother? Why'd you blow your combine? What'd you take? Oh, are you trolling? Because you just said the exact same thing. Oh wait, no, you said why don't you trade with Top Step? Never mind. Enzi, I'm not big on Top Step anymore. I'm not. Top Step used to be like the OGs. I don't like what they've been doing. Company's still good. I don't like the overall concepts they've done. I don't like how they rug pulled Top Step X from every other prop firm. I think it's shady. I don't like how they cut Tradeovate out of their trading choices. That's my favorite firm to use. I don't like it. Forcing you to use their firm. Don't agree with it. And then they just slashed a bunch of their rules. The hard part with Top Step is they had leverage over every other prop firm to where certain aspects made them more favorable, and they took everything away in that aspect. That's just how I see it. And I'm not even trying to bash them. It's just logical from what I see. Is there a decent sim to practice on mobile? I'm wanting to try to do some learning in sim before I actually try trading real money. I work Monday to Friday. Just don't want to mess around downtime at work. A decent sim because for paper trading, you have to have a Tradeify account. Or a Tradeovate account. So you might be able to open a Tradeovate account. I don't know if you have to put money in it to actively trade. You might be able to trade within TradingView. I've never traded within TradingView, so I don't know how the paper trading works with that. It'd be something more so like chat, maybe you'd be able to give interest on. What I would personally say is just open up a prop firm eval, like that's a one-time fee. So something like Lucid or Tradeify and just slow roll trade them. See you, Mike. Yeah, Mike, I know the yields have been building aggressively. DXY seems to be a leading indicator. Is it finally moving? Yeah. I mean, it's the leading in it just has a huge negative correlation with the indices. And DXY, this chart looks strong if it wants to hold. If we want to hold this weekly structure and we break up towards 100.2, I think the chart gets more aggressive. But to be honest, I'm not leaning towards a huge downside day tomorrow. We can easily hold in this broader perspective here, right at the lows, look for the long back up to here. At that point, we're just in a big range. I'm not just going to blindly long the first green lower wick candle. That's not what I want to do personally. I do not care. I'm fine with it. If I have to wait 15 minutes to see how this hourly closes to give me some conviction and then we get the Asia open, I'll do it. Most Fab, I don't know how or what to give advice on there. Can you give me an advice? I got a couple funded. And like on the for-profit day, I blow the account. Size down. Size down drastically. Too many people blow their fundeds because they size up aggressively. No one should be blowing it in 1 day or 2 days. Next time you come to New York, you got to try some Central Asia food. You're going to love it. I don't think I've ever tried that. To be honest, I don't think I have. NZ, I mean, it's just going to be like, what question do you have about Tradeify? Because I could say a lot about Tradeify. They're a great prop firm. It's just the only thing you could really dive into is going to be the account rules. Broader perspective, though, the Grand Cup's going to be sick. I'm in it. What's your plan to trade today? 3 levels or 3 areas I'm watching. If we end up holding this into the hourly close, I'm interested in longs, but not really. Main reason I could be interested. I'm not overly interested, but I could be interested in longs if we get a strong hourly close. I would need 15 minutes to get back up, maybe halfway through this red bar. Give us a big hourly hammer. and then look for a break outside of this range. Then I could see some interest. Anything below 30, it's weak. It is. The chart's weak. I'm not overly interested in longs. If it works, it works. But for now, I'm just waiting. Especially on Sundays. Sundays are a day where I'm either going to take trades where it's going to be maybe higher win rate, but lower R to R, or just be patient, wait for the really strong setup, and then take it. Olivo, I'm pretty sure you can probably do TradeAvate or TradingView. I'm pretty sure you can link TradingView and TradeAvate. I only use TradeAvate, so I really can't tell. What's your favorite Mexican spot in your city? Prim, to avoid doxing myself of exactly where I live, not going to say that. Not going to. But no, there used to be a really good spot that was a quarter mile from my place where we used to live. And we would just walk there. The funny thing is, when we first got the apartment 4 years ago, we went there to like celebrate, just whatever. And we ended up just pounding margaritas, and it was horrible. We had to sit in the apartment for like a couple hours. AXP, I know you, brother. 500 or nothing. That's light work. Yeah, you're Phil at 29040. Fire entry. Goddamn, you already have 100 points on that. Yeah, Adrian, take it slow, because that's when a lot of people are going to blow up. When they get that perspective of, like, you could have gotten a payout on that trade, but you end up not because something happened, like you accidentally misclicked and sold everything. That's when you have a higher probability of blowing up in general. I could see the overall long here if we do end up getting the buying into the open or into the Asia Open. I'm likely just going to wait, see how that goes, see how the open happens, and then go off of that. Because we usually get a little bit of volatility. If price action is looking like this, we're getting this much volatility already, I'll be interested in it. It was a limit. So did you fill at the right spot? Because I was going to say limit, certain parts can be tricky. Wouldn't be surprised if NQ runs all-time highs. Let's look at the broader perspective, broader charts. Because here's why I put yesterday's lows on my charts, and this would be a good example of it. So far, looking at this night session, the Globex session, what have we done? We rallied up, which doesn't really matter too much, but then we pulled back below yesterday's lows on ES, NQ, YM, and RTY. If we hold now 7409.25 on ES or whatever the levels are on the other names, we're setting that daily fail to go lower. If we end up setting that daily fail to go lower, that's when you can look for the potential move back into this. I wouldn't be looking for all-time highs tomorrow. I think that'd be crazy. Overall, though, I'm still neutral. I am. I'm not looking at this and immediately trying to slam longs. Why? Because we're in a fucking downtrend. You look at the 5-minute chart, downtrend. 15-minute chart, downtrend. Hourly chart, downtrend. 4-hour chart, downtrend. I'm not overly eager to just dive in longs. Can I see a perspective where it works? Yes. I love multi-time frame analysis. If every single time frame is showing me downtrend, I'm not going to be overly eager to jump in. How much does that sign cost behind you, Polar Bear? I have no clue. It was a Christmas present. I would assume like $700 maybe. Somewhere around there. I'd go ask my brother. No new all-time high until NVIDIA earnings. What if NVIDIA dumps earnings? Then we're just cooked. You're interested in 280742. That's far. I'll have to see exactly where. This is where I was interested in NQ if we got there. Adrian, my area that I marked on my weekly watch list was 28,780. So if we do break, that's the next broader term of support for me. So you're just looking towards this wick low. I'm just looking towards like the 4-hour consolidation highs. I just think it'd be a really straightforward target. Do we have to get there? No. We could easily hold, rally back up, and we never even touch it. Yeah, XP, that would have been a fire short. It would have. Why don't you short with the trend then? I explained exactly why. Earlier, the main reason I didn't take it, we were like sitting here, I think. And the risk reward, if I put my stop at the highs, which is where I would likely put it, and I targeted the open, actually, we were higher then because it was 0.8. So it was like that. And at that point, that the risk reward is not worth it to me. I'm usually looking for 2R plus. The only potential for me would have been here. One of these two candles would have been where I'd be interested in. This candle opened exactly where I started stream, so I wouldn't have been able to take that entry anyway. That would have been something I'd be more so looking to take. And even then, like 16 points isn't crazy. It's a nice trade, yes. But I would have been out full out around yesterday's lows of the open. And then I would just look to re-enter if we got below that. Main reason I'm not shorting right now is exactly like I said. I'm waiting for the hourly close. Why? If we wait for the hourly close and this hourly close is below yesterday's low, below this hourly low, which is the open, it's weaker. We can look for that continuation. For now, I don't want to short. Watch us close up here, and then we're stuck in this range. Conviction's not there fully for me. I also like looking for broader moves where, let's say on ES, I love, especially if I'm trading this session, I want to primarily be able to hold something overnight, looking for like 40, 50 points minimum. Like on YM, for those of you that are new to my streams, YM, we took the main trades we held overnight were like 800, 500, and 330 points, something like that. Those are the kind of trades I want to see where I can hold them overnight. What's needed to appear on NQ for you to short? I don't trade the NQ a lot. I don't. I know a lot of people hate that. I'm mainly ES. What I want to see on the NQ for me to short, give me a close below the hourly low. And we have a weaker hourly close. At that point, the 15-minute would be looking like this. Give me maybe another candle, maybe a retest of the open from below you could look to short off of. We technically already got that, but I'm waiting for the hourly close. So I'm not going to be shorting until the hourly close happens, which is in 5 minutes. And it's a good perspective for the market. If you can't wait 5 minutes to take a trade, then you have to work on your patience. NZ, I trade micros. I usually trade 10, 15 contracts. And it depends on what I'm in. If I'm in ES, I'll trade 20 without a problem. So 2 minis. If I'm in something like NQ, less than 10, most likely. But I'm primarily in micros because I don't mind trimming. Especially like today, what I probably do, I would get in a trade, look to trim, and then just run the rest, break even, see how far we can go. Market's untradeable. I wouldn't say untradeable. I wouldn't. Because I think this entry right here would be almost A+. I guarantee you if I look at every time frame, everything right here can make sense for this test lower. Especially because you saw me draw these before stream, so they were already up. We rejected that perfectly all the way back down to the open. So I wouldn't say untradeable. It could be untradeable for some based off of what you're looking for in your system, your trades, but for most people, no. Do you ever set limit orders? I do for the most part. Gold, yeah. Gold's stuck in a massive range. Do you ever set limit orders? Yeah, I will. Ivan, something that I like to do is I'll set limit orders, but a lot of times what I'll do is I'll use limit orders to add into a position. Let's say I took this entry here and I wanted to add into it. I would put limit orders. If I agreed with the overall structure trend that we're going to continue, I'd put limit orders on like a 15-minute break or like overall trigger. And then that would just add into the position. I don't always put limit orders for my entries. I usually just market order. Oil sold. I mean, it's not aggressively selling, but that definitely opens up interest because if oil's pushing back lower, we have the negative correlation to play off of where the indices are now holding their opens. And then we start to push back higher. If we do hold this, get the hourly fail to go lower, look towards the 15. I'd want the 15 to break back over like 418s. And I'd be interested in dabbling. It wouldn't be anything like, oh my God, this is A plus. I desperately need to be in it. My main perspective is I'd want us over like 32s. Over 32s, I'm like, yeah, this can easily rip towards 60s. And I'd have no problem being patient for that. What I would likely do is take smaller size, look to trim early if I got in anything long. But I just got to remember it's against technically the 4-hour trend and the hourly trend, but it would be using the 4-hour conviction and the hourly conviction. Because if the 4-hour pushes below here, and this can be a little bit of sauce. If the 4-hour pushes below here, you know what all the other time frames look like. If all the other time frames trigger, then you start to look for the 4-hour to close up, let's say around like 40, 50s on ES. That's a pretty strong 4-hour candle in which you just look for that move back up towards 75, possibly even 500 plus. This is why I'm waiting for the hourly close. Someone said, why don't you short with the trend? This is why. If we end up pushing higher here, the conviction wasn't there. This is why I'm waiting for that little bit. Robert, A plus for me is multi-time frame analysis. I'm going to be putting every single time frame, looking at it. If everything agrees across the board that I'd be interested in a trade, like this short that I was looking at where it might be A plus. 4 hours not going to be overly agreeing because we just opened. There's not a lot of price action from this week. There's no full 4-hour close. Hourly, why would I be interested? If you look at ES on this hourly candle, we spiked the last candle's highs from Friday. We pushed back lower, immediate hourly fail to go higher. All right. So not overly interested. I would have wanted the long if we got over this resistance, got a strong hourly close. We didn't. What happened? Buying above, push back lower, close below. Should have easily pushed. When what happened doesn't, anticipate the opposite. Didn't happen, didn't get the push, start to anticipate the downside. 15-minute. Yes, you can look at this session and say it was strong. It wasn't. You look at the broader 15-minute trend, it's weaker. 15-minute lower high, look for the trigger off the resistance that we marked. 5-minute lower high as well. You have all the time frames agreeing with each other, and that's where you look for that stronger conviction, like A to A plus type of setup. That is what I'm looking for. So let's see what Asia Open does. I think we can honestly go either direction here. We can. I think the best move so far was right here. I think that was the move on NQ, ES, across the board. Of course, Robert. You're at 530 AXP. Hell yeah. See, it's interesting. We got the hourly fail to go lower, but I'm not interested in longs. Like right out the gate, I'm not. Because it's not what I would have immediately wanted to happen is us to rip over this on Asia Open. If we get over 18s, I can see the emphasis there. But right now, consolidation right above support. If we break, we can see more downside. Oil's holding thus far. Gold looks like it might want a little leg lower. Sorry, I'm looking at news on Twitter. Seeing what popped off. Let's give it this 5-minute close. Because if we stay in this little range around this area, I'm not interested in putting on risk. Those of you that are usually on my streams, you know when I'm overly interested in taking something because I say it right off the bat. I say this is the only thing we're watching today. If it happens, cool. If not, oh well. I think my main perspective on the day is just going to be, it's not going to be my typical longer potential trade where I'm looking for the entire overnight hold. It's probably going to be slightly higher risk, not even higher risk, maybe like just potential ever so slight earlier entry, but looking for that like 2R. Not looking for the overnight 5-6 hour potential trade. Should I buy a course? I mean, depends on whose course. Because we do offer the mastermind within the Discord for the monthly subscription. And currently, I don't think Jake canceled the discount, which kind of crazy, but it makes it only $99 a month to learn the entire system. We have everything through and through the entire process. Plus all the bonus lessons, roughly 500 lessons, which is nuts. Lessons, trade reviews. You get the Discord community, signals from like, not signals, but just trades from 7 different people, as well as the levels indicator and the psychology bot. Do you copy trade? Sometimes. NZ, sometimes. If I have super high conviction, I copy trade. If not, I trade the accounts differently. Because if I don't have the highest conviction possible on a trade, I'm not going to copy trade simply because if it goes wrong, I'm taking a not A+ setup across multiple accounts, and that's just dumb. You know, it's just not something I really want to do. I wouldn't even say it's dumb. It's just something that I don't love doing. But I am open to copy trading. What's your TP and stop loss when you're using 10, 15 micros? My main take profit stop, or my main stop loss is going to be like $250, $300. So if I'm using 10, could be like 5 points. I'm also open, like depends on the setup, in all honesty. I'll risk 400 on a trade. Depends on the profit I have on the account, depends on the setup, depends on the type of account I have. So like 250, 400-ish, anywhere in there. TP, I'm usually looking at like 2.5R. The bigger trades that I take, if I'm looking for an overnight trade, I mean, you can even ask chat, it's 5 to 8R. And those ones, we literally enter the trade with a slightly wider stop and see what it looks like in market open tomorrow. That 2 minutes continuing to be weak. But oil's also weak, and that's why I'm a little interested. Like, I'm just, what is going to happen off of this? Because if oil loses 102, one of these is likely going to correct itself because you're not normally going to see both of them trending together. There is a slight chance they do correlate, but it's very, very slim compared to the negative correlation aspect I normally have. Oh, thanks. I'm not eating yet, but thanks. Appreciate it. So apparently there was drone strikes by the UAE or around the UAE near UAE nuclear plant. As Iran and US signaled prepared war to resume. That ain't good. Mitch, I don't think enough people realize where the US reserves and the overall oil global production sits. It's not good. I'm shocked oil is not stronger right now. Easily could have taken this. I was more focused on the fact that oil and ES are both moving together. Usually the negative correlation will pick up at some point. So I like seeing the negative correlation while I'm actively in a trade, but it's not there. Dollar's pulling back as well, which doesn't make the most sense. I'm going to give it a few minutes, see if any of them correct or if they keep trending together. Because right now, everything's going down, which can make sense from war, right? I mean, just in general, it's going to be a lot of people selling everything. Do you discuss the overnight trades you plan on taking before market close? Moses, what do you mean before market close, brother? Or do you mean before I get off the stream? My break even just got smoked. Yeah, AXP, it'd be like that. How to take a trade with the long position tool? You have to trade on TradingView. I don't trade on TradingView. If I'm in a trade, you'll see something like this on stream around the current price action. That's how I mark mine, but I trade on TradingView. I don't trade on TradingView. Just keep hedged, of course. Yeah, Mitch, I think the second the war, the problem here, and some of you are going to think it's like tinfoil hatish, the war technically isn't like back on yet. But if you think about it, oil is already damn near at the highs. We're $8 off. That is half of a trading day if oil gets buying pressure. Half, if that. If war comes back and oil rips over 111, you better hold on. You better hold on real tight. I don't understand oil right now, Gael. Same. I like trading with the negative correlation, but we have the dollar, we have oil, and we have every single index going lower. Every single chart is currently going lower. It's odd. It's not like not tradable. I probably put too much thought into the negative correlation not being there because I like trading off the negative correlation. I like trading off of divergences. I like trading off the negative correlation. The problem for me is that lowers my conviction because usually one of them is going to correct. And that gives me less confidence because if the indices are the one to correct, you get smoked right away. So that is why I'm being patient. Normally, I'm not this overly patient. Sunday, sometimes I am. Usually, it just Sunday turns into either we take a broader trade or y'all just keep asking questions and we ride with it. Yeah, Moses, I do agree 100%. What I usually do with those trades, and I probably deleted it. Chat, what day did we catch that YM trade? It had to be here, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was Thursday. Moses, I got in this trade, so we caught this YM trade. I'm just gonna draw it on the chart. I know market's moving. I'm still looking at it on my other monitor. I missed the entry. I'm not chasing. My stop was somewhere around like that. It was like a 50-point stop, I think. This isn't gonna be exact, but we were targeting up, I think here on this, and that was nearly the exact trade I took. I got in on stream early, like within 20 minutes of stream, 30 minutes of stream, and we sat through it through the entire stream. I gave my exact breakdown. I always give my exact breakdown. And then before I end the stream, I will talk about exactly what I'm looking for. I will give every detail of the trade thought process. Mine with that was I'm leaving the stop where it is. I had 2 take profit targets and I let the trade cook. Woke up at 8 a.m., targets hit. Congrats. That is how I want to take broader trades. Wow, we broke perfectly. Today was definitely like an under execution. Because now this looks silly. But I don't know. I was just a little more hesitant with the overall negative correlation. I didn't love it. It's just one of those where you got to accept not being in. I'm sure some of you guys crushed this trade. Absolutely crushed it. Yeah, Moses, a lot of mine are entered during stream. But it's entered during stream of the expectation of I'm holding this for 12 to 16 hours. And that's just something you got to be okay with. Like we literally held that trade Thursday for 12 hours before it hit target. And then as we look towards other trades, Friday, I was in like the Thursday night stream into Friday. I was interested in one YM trade. Try to stab on the overall stream. Didn't work. So for me at that point, I was like, this is what I'm watching. If it sets up, I'm taking it. If not, I'm not. Never set up. Didn't take it. Steph, yeah, I have a Grand Cup account. I haven't touched it yet. I'm likely not going to touch it until market open. Market open is in New York open. I'm excited for the Grand Cup. For me, though, with the Grand Cup, it's just going to be broader trades. Not even broader, but just probably a lot of New York session. Because that's where you can see pretty nice entries. Where Asia, yes, a lot of nice entries, but it's a longer holding in general. See you later, Dev. Also, today we will be giving away a Tradify 50K growth account. So that will be given away. I'd like to see the likes hit 300. It's 30. 30. That's easy. That is light work beyond light work. I normally give them away at the end of stream. We'll see if we do get the likes up to maybe like 350. I'll give it away early so that way y'all don't have to stay for it if y'all don't want to. But the end of my stream can be 9 o'clock, could be 10 o'clock. I stream technically 2-hour limit, but it goes on 3, sometimes 4. What are your moving averages? 9, 20, 50. I don't actively use them. So I should probably get rid of them because I do get a lot of questions about it. I don't use them as religiously as I should. I've never really desperately looked into them. I look at them on the broader, like the higher time frames for the most part, just seeing where they are compared to structure and how we can effectively trade off of where they're priced. But I don't use them on the lower time frames. Make them stay. I'm not worried about it, SO. I'm watching oil, but the negative correlation just doesn't exist. We're in a positive correlation aspect here between the indices and oil. Gold is in a world of its own. Gold's weak. Gold's been weak for days, weeks, whatever. I still think gold shorts over and over is a really solid move. Yeah, XP. I would anticipate VIX is going to be spiking here in the near future. I'm standing up. I got back in logs on the test of oil. Risk was around $10. Kyle, how many contracts you take? You're risking $10. You mean 10 per contract? I would love an oil long because those of you that don't know is one of my bread and butters when I trade it is oil. Oil is one of my favorite things to trade, and it's crazy because I think oil trades better than gold. Night and day. It is nowhere near as. Is it volatile? Yes. And people will see the oil volatility and go, oh my God, that looks terrible. But it's volatile on a broader perspective, where the way I look at gold volatility is it's on the lower time frame perspective. If you look at the daily chart, gold's usually not that extremely volatile. I mean, yes, it has big wicks, but it's more so on, let's say, the 5-minute chart, why I don't like to trade it. I don't like seeing this type of volatility where you just get massive spikes all the time. And gold does that all the time. Every time I trade it, at least it does it. Sometimes it might not. Where oil will be that volatile on, let's say, the hourly. And usually the 5-15 minutes will look like this, where it's very fluid. Oh, this is ugly. It is ugly. It is. And if there's a short, I definitely missed the entry. I did. I was seeing how we ended up trading off of Asia. We got the fail to go lower and on the hourly, but I wasn't interested in longing until we got up to 30s. Worst case, if I prevented someone from longing, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's why patience pays. Because I told you I'm not interested in longs till we're above 430s. Genuinely not. The chart, I don't think agreed with it. I could see a thesis for it. Like if someone said I longed off of yesterday's lows in the open, I'd be like, all right, I could see it. But on a broader scale, I think we just needed to spike harshly lower. I think we still need to spike lower. What I kind of want to see, so here's my perspective for the week. If I'm bearish, I want last week's lows, which is going to be 73, 63, 25. If I'm bullish, I kind of want last week's lows. Why? Because that would give me the highest conviction I can on this chart. And this is one of the main things I look for. Those of you that have been here know I want to see this low test because that is going to give me the most confidence possible. And here's why. One of the biggest things I trade is when what should happen doesn't, trade the opposite. Right now, this isn't a chart. I'm like, hell yeah, I want a long. Big, massive weekly fail to go higher, all-time highs. Is it overly bearish? No. But is it bullish? No. What would make it more bullish to me is if we spike this low, showed selling pressure is not being accepted below, and got bought back up. If we set that up, I'll be interested in all-time highs immediately. I'll be long in until proven wrong again. But for now, I haven't been more neutral overall in the broader market than I am lately. And I said that multiple times last week, and it's played out well. The problem, though, is me being neutral makes me just a lot more patient as a whole, which can be good because all you really need is one trade like last week and the entire week's made. But what I'm working on, too, is just looking, and not even back testing. Just during, like, after the Asia stream, I'll start taking trades that are like 2R. Just that way I can get a better perspective on it, looking to get little hit and runs on those so we can get more trades overall. Because the problem is for me, a lot of Asia trades, I'm looking for that larger move, that broader continuation. What's oil doing? 15-minute trigger, hourly failed to go lower, but we still have 40 minutes left. Where would I want? I mean, if oil goes, I'd be looking like 104.3. No, probably 105. And at that point, you might as well look at 106. I think oil has a lot of potential, but I want to find an entry with a decent stop. So let me pull in my charts, put oil on in case I want to take it. Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. That's cool. Oil. Not diving in an entry, I'm just watching it. I think 104 is realistic. Guile, 104 is minimal. Especially if war starts again, like quote unquote starts again, even though it never ended. You'll realize, those of you that were in the Discord, which is fewer, but those of you that were in the Discord know if oil, especially during war times, starts to pop off, it's 3% in 30 minutes. And that's the typical trade you're looking for. I'm usually running on oil up to like a 40, 50 tick stop. And I'm looking for 3 points around there. Obviously, you can take trim sooner. I do. But you can usually let runners go multiple points. Eurostock futures down. Every time I look at my phone, it's just Twitter news. Because I want to see if anything's popping off in the market. Gold holding the low of the range. Not trading gold, just looking. Oil, not the greatest 5-minute close. Less interested overall. I will say, so far the polls from you guys have been on point. You've been doing well, except Thursdays. Thursdays wasn't good. We started to see the rotation into bears. Thursday night into Friday, it was still leaning primarily bullish. And the poll got smoked. I'll give you that. The poll got smoked. One thing I will say, if oil gets below 101.5, I'm shorting it. And that's going to be for like after stream, late night, maybe even tomorrow. If we get below 101.5, I am shorting oil. Why? This is a large support now. Large. If we get below that, we're back below Friday's highs. We are back below last week's highs. We are gapping up, failing it, pushing back lower. Where does that open my interest on oil? All the way down to like 98.7, 99s. I think the risk to reward there on a broader scale will be definitely worth it. That'd be something I'd look to enter during the overnight and just hold till market close completely. What up, Punisher? How you doing? XP, I think we're coming into my thesis from last week, which a lot of people didn't love, of where the market is going to become very unfavorable. And I mean on a broader scale, are there going to be really nice entries during the day? Yes. Are there going to be really nice trades every single day? Of course. But on a broader scale, I think it's going to be unfavorable. And I talked about that all last week. Yes, we did hit new all-time highs, but then we slammed back lower, building this broader consolidation. Something as well, looking at the monthly chart. Because if you look at these charts, the only one that you would really want to see a very strong, or you could see a very strong continuation off of on these charts if I hide everything. For me, it would be NQ. It's already broke. It can keep going if it wants to. But if we look at YM, RTY, and ES, those are more so consolidation bars. What I would want to see is give me 2 more weeks of consolidation. Is that going to piss a lot of people off? Is it going to suck the trade? Of course. But if we get that, we get a monthly consolidation candle, we break the top, we're looking at 8,000 on ES. Is that delusional? Not really. But if we build a big enough consolidation on the daily chart, it could easily. And I'm not overly bullish. If we break back below this month's open, I start to lean pretty decently bearish. Yeah, AXP, especially when we're this extreme. And I know people like have not ragged on me, but people be like, we're not going to consolidate when I've talked about it in the past. Trust me, I don't want to consolidate. I don't want to range. I don't want anything to range. But I would love to build something up on the daily chart where we can long the lows, short the highs over and over. And then once it breaks, we go another 5, 6, 8%. That'd be phenomenal. Right now in the market, there's not a lot that I'm in love with. We did hit this broader area of interest for me, which is 73.8. Is that a broader area of interest or is that a no trade zone from another stream? Is that a no trade zone from here? No. Yeah. I think I made this on this stream and it is just held flawlessly. That has been such a nice support ever since we made it. Also, let me get rid of this. Here's where I'm waiting now. Main reason. Look at this 15-minute. Not interested in that. What I want to see is this 15-minute close, how we trade off of that. Because then we have an inside bar. We can look to trade off the inside bar, whether we spike the highs and fails. Could be interesting for shorts. Spike the low, fail back higher, get back over yesterday's lows. Can be interesting in longs. Today's just more of a patience game. If you didn't catch the entry, which I didn't. Some days it'd be like that. Gold is getting smoked still. Anyone short gold here? I know one of y'all did. Someone did. Just read Figure AI is doing a contest between robot and human to sort packages. Oh, guess who's winning? Gael, please tell me it's humans for the sake of everything. Also, like AI is smart, but at the same time, a lot of things, AI is dumb. GC's an asshole. Yeah, Jake. Yeah. Yeah. No, sir, we're getting replaced. Gael, I'm not getting replaced by AI. Unless Jake builds some AI streaming bot, I don't think I'm getting replaced. Probably shouldn't have given him that idea, but just make 2K. Hell yeah, SO. Had my original entry that Jake took. Yeah, you have to say that right after Jake says GC's an asshole. Nice hold though. And I guarantee you Jake's the same way. I fumbled the entry here when I said the risk reward wasn't worth it because I didn't anticipate this fully. Should have probably opened my horizons a little bit more. But we love seeing you guys do well. Like if you guys jump in and say, oh my God, I took that short or I took the short here when we talked about it. I love it. Even if I'm just, does it suck that I didn't take it? Of course. Of course it does. But we'll find more trades. Trades are easy to find. It's just waiting for the execution, making sure you execute properly where it gets a little hard at times. Not even hard. I was just hesitant. Rant after B was hit in the 15-minute or 5-minute sell trigger. Mark, where at? What'd you get in? NQ about a short again. What do you think? Good, easily. I mean, it's definitely a big if, but what would we be doing? We're spiking, retesting like the session lows, pushing back lower. Could be a solid short area if we're going to continue. of course. Like if we continue, this 4 hour goes down towards 73.60s. That would be like my main target, 73.60s. If we break that, I'd be looking for 340s ish. I mean, I don't hate it. The only thing that would irritate me is if we go up and retest yesterday's lows in the open. Like if I short here, get stopped out, and we retest this, because at this point, it feels like a chase to me, wholeheartedly. When I should have taken a short here when I talked about it and we rallied or we sold off 40 points, taking a short 24 points below that isn't going to be the greatest. Can it work? Yeah. What did you say? 45.50 on gold. And then your other message was, where's that CT? So about 1850. You shorted up here. Nice trade. Beautiful trade. Mitch, you still in here? If not, no worries. I'm just, oh, you wouldn't reply. Texan, I hope you enjoy your meal to a waitress. Because I'm just curious, does anyone pay attention to other countries' yields and how big of an impact they would have on the overall market? Because I don't have enough education, I guess, in yields. Like I haven't spent enough time to really dive deep into those. I know how they impact the market for the most part, but I don't actively watch them 24/7. But I'm wondering how big of an impact other countries' yields have. Because obviously, if their economy is not going to be doing great overall, there's a chance it dwindles into ours because it'd be more so like a global recession, which I know is something people talk about a lot. Got to thank Jake for the guidance, of course. Made 320 on gold, currently shorting YM. Look at the 5-minute and 15-minute charts. YM. 5-minute looks great. Right off last week's lows. The YM. Here's the thing. Vulture, was it Vulture? Yeah, Vulture. This chart in the YM is why I'd be interested. The weekly break, if we push lower, the YM is cooked. The monthly doesn't matter too much. It did fail to go higher. But if we break and hold below, which we already broke, if we hold below last week's lows on YM, good night. Good night. I was gonna ask him in tomorrow's stream about yields. Yeah, Mitch talks about it a lot in chats. I didn't hear him talk a lot about on stream with the yields, but yeah, ask him tomorrow. I'll be there, obviously, to ask him as well. If the indices is gonna push lower, something like that, where we get this little consolidation. To be honest, I'd probably use I'd probably use like 45. I'm not in, just looking so far. Worst case, lower end, looking at that. I'm going to take a stab on oil. If it stops me out, it stops me out. I'm not in aggressive at all, but I'm taking a stab on it. 101.90 is the stop. Here. If the indices do start seeing buying pressure back up to here, oil will likely see a pullback. Main thing I'm looking at is just the overall broader perspective on the hourly chart. Looking at the 5-minute higher low. Could be a lower high as well, but we did get the trigger, which is what I entered in on. I got in at right where it's marked. This is going to be just the short-term target. I'd like to take a small trim here at 103.08 if it hits. If it loses, I think I lose $200 on a funded account. Can you call Mitch? I need some gamma levels. No. You can see some gamma levels in the morning. Or the thing is, too, like, how many people are interested in gamma, but then Mitch tells you it costs $300 to have the things, and you immediately are like, no, like $300 a month, which obviously it's like one trade, not even like it's like a stop loss. But I just look at that perspective. I'm like, God damn, that's expensive for that type of data. Yeah, so I'm going to leave this oil. I like it. I like the potential at least. If we get up towards 103, I mean, it's 1.6 R. That's not crazy. High level tools cost money. Yeah. I mean, XP, to be honest, I think the gamma would be the one thing that I'd be like, all right, yeah, whatever, take my money. Because it just gives you such high conviction. And then over that, I would honestly be looking to hold towards 105 or 106. What this would essentially be is if we hit here, I'm trimming, throwing stop, break even. If the runners go, the runners go. Everything after that, GG's. 103 point. So we have high day at 103.4 on micros. Okay. Interesting. So micros and that in general might be a little off. What's the current price on micros? 44. No, they're the same. That's weird. So just the high wick is a little different. Number one thing I'll say, always build your own trade plan outside of my trade plan. I trade my stuff, you trade your stuff. That's how it works. Use it as extra conviction. Like Jake always says, don't follow my trades. You're going to lose money. You're going to lose money. That's how it goes. But for me, if we do end up breaking up towards 102.6, I'm probably just going to slide my stop a little bit towards this low wick. Because in theory, we shouldn't get back down there at that point. Shouldn't, in all honesty. If we do hit the highs, I'm going to take probably half off, throw break even, stop, let it run. Really interested in this 15-minute close in the 5. I want to see the indices push lower and oil catch some bids. Gold just got rugged. Damn. Damn. Where do you guys think gold's going? Why can't I follow you, bro? Because first off, I don't agree with following somebody's trades blindly. Can you take the oil trade that I'm in? Yes. But you should fully have a trade plan of your own. Because first off, one, you never know what mental capacity I'm in at the moment. You don't know if this is like high quality A++, you don't know what size I'm in, you don't know what kind of accounts I'm using. Yes, I'm using my funded account. It is what it is. That's what I want to trade. But I'm only using one of the two. If I got in earlier, I probably would have used both, but I'm only using one for now. Well, both on Tradeify. But you never know how someone's trading. My execution could be off. I love blindly follow you. Appreciate you, Vanessa. And two, I'm not here to give you trades. The main reason I love doing this is to help people learn, help you be able to trade on your own, which is why everything I talk about. Those of you that have been here, you may be like, some may be newer because obviously you're from Jake's stream because he was just streaming. This is what it is. I'm cool with that. Welcome. I want to educate. I want to help you guys understand why I'm taking the trade, and then you learn off of that and execute on your own. Because there's times where I may not want to trim at high of day. I may just straight up be looking for 106. There's times I'm in that kind of perspective, and it never gets there. There's a lot of people who will trim early on the trades, get in trades later than I do, and I love that. I want you to learn how to trade versus just learning how to blindly follow somebody. Because the number one thing I'll say is if all you do is blindly follow someone else's trades, you're not a trader. You're not a trader at all. Hate to break it to you, but all you're doing is just copy someone else. When you know how to take a trade yourself and actively execute upon it, that's when you start becoming a trader. No, you can follow whoever's trades you want. I just recommend that you have your own trade plan outside of it. What's up, Anthony? Gold, look at Monday's low. Look at last Monday's low. Is that what you're looking at? Last Monday's low. Here, we're below it. Crazy thing is, Voltru, look at the monthly chart on gold. If we're not able to get back over last month's lows, the floodgates are opening. And it can get pretty ugly. Anyone who tried to long NQ open is cooked. A little bit. A little bit. We'll see. If these consolidate, it is what it is. For me, these are overall weaker. If they do push back up above this, we'll likely start to see more of a failure to go lower here. I want to see the 15-minute close above this 15-minute highs. We get that. I like it. Why? Now, let's get into a little sauce here. It's not crazy, just a little bit. If this triggers and we get the continuation up towards our target, just look at what the hourly would look like at that point. We would have a massive hourly failure, not massive, but an hourly failure to go lower, engulfing the prior candle on the hourly chart, closing up near the highs. At that point, I'm looking 105, 106. We're screaming up. And I can't tell you how excited I am if gold gets back to the point where I open stream, long gold or long oil, and the rest is history. That is one of my favorite trading times is volatile oil when it's actually trending. It's like Jake when gold is moving smooth. So what we're going to do is, oh, nope, got to have that. Okay, yeah. So high of day is there. High of day is 103.09. I'm going to front run it a little bit, 103.04. Like I said, I'm taking half off, just under the highs. It's not crazy risk to reward, but I'm willing to take it and then move stops break even. At this point, though, exactly like I said, this stop is going to this wick. It's not drastically reducing risk, but that's where I'm moving it to. So it goes to 102 even for me. So risk is even less now if this does reverse. There's going to be people asking, why don't I move my stop to break even? I move my stop to break even based off structure. If we do pull back here, this could easily retest this because that's the prior 5-minute high. I would want to see us get above this, maybe retest this a little bit and get the continuation. But if we get all the way up to here, there's no point. It should get back below this or this. That's when I'm okay moving the stop to break even. Gael, you talking about on oil? Below the 15-minute trigger, you talking right here? I think you should be solid. Because look at it this way as well. If this 15-minute spikes this high and gets all the way back down here, are you gonna want to long that chart? Is that a chart structure you're gonna look at and be like, I want to be long this? No. At least for me, no. Some people might. For me, no, not even a little bit. So I think you have a solid stop. I'm not opposed to doing that. I'm just leaving it where it is now for me. Oh, AXP, you know how many people probably blindly longed the open on NQ and just got obliterated? A lot. Mitch, we only going to 105? Damn. That's unfortunate. What I would love is here. I would love this. My overall thesis, if we do hit the fill and end up taking some off, well, I'll be taking some off up here. But if we do get that and I can just hold overnight, I would love to be able to hold it through tomorrow. If we can get just a broader continuation, give me an aggressive 4-hour chart, because this 4-hour hasn't even moved yet. If this breaks, I'm looking like 106s, which 105 is also valid, 100% valid. I don't hate trims anywhere up front running high of day. That's why I move mine a little bit. I like to front run. 103 to like 103.5-ish is my general area that I'm looking at. It's oil though. If it front runs that, it'll suck, but it's volatile. The way oil usually trades is even if this wants to reject back lower, it would likely spike high of day and then reject. The only thing is we are getting some decent traction here, but it's not overly aggressive. Indices are starting to break back towards the lows, which would be nice. So if we do get that negative correlation, and also big perspective on this trade, the number one thing I talked about and why I was waiting for a trade, I didn't like the correlation that was going on between oil and the indices. Usually there's a negative correlation. When they're trading together, one of them is likely going to crack. They were both trending lower. I waited for this little consolidation here on oil while the indices continued to trend a little bit lower, set a lower high. Oil ended up breaking, giving us back somewhat of that negative correlation. We're not drastically negatively correlated yet. We're just ever so slightly in the last 15 minutes. I would want us to rip through these highs if we're really going to play that broader game of like catch up. You get your 106. I'm monetizing my SPX Friday spreads at the same time, Shirley. Yeah, Mitch. I mean, you get up there, you're going to have yourself, or you get down there, you're going to have yourself a good day. Mitch, I think the crazy thing is, and I know you'll agree with this, I'm a diehard oil conspiracy theorist at the moment. And it's not even conspiracy theorist, it's just tinfoil hattish, because you got to remember, oil and the indices typically have the negative correlation. I know I'm a broken record. Oil is damn near at the recent highs. Damn near. The Nasdaq is 30% off of the lows when oil was up here. If the indices pull back more aggressively, if the indices pull back even something to where people would go, holy crap, where do you think oil's going to be? And the higher oil goes, the weaker the overall indices are going to be. Why? Because the main aspect that oil is going to impact is inflation plus the cost of every single good you ever want to get your hands on. So I'm just a long-term oil bull in the end. In my heart, I will long oil whenever I can. Bring in the tinfoil, hell yeah. I just think too many people are overlooking the aspect of how aggressively oil can just go parabolic. Oh, Mitch, I think the world should know the aspect of if oil gets over 120s. If oil gets over 120s, we're in a lot of trouble. Because at that point, it's the concept of a global recession, like triples or quadruples. And it's not good. Nobody wants oil that high. But if oil's going to go that high, I'm going to keep trading it. Are you swing trading oil, Dara? Number one thing I would do is get up here, get that trim, move my stops, let it rip. This is the goal. At this point, though, I'm going to move. Yeah, I'm going to wait. If we get up there, I'll move stops then. We're close. Indices will likely try to crack low of day at this point. So if they break low of day, this should easily get 20 ticks, 16 ticks, 14 ticks now. 14 ticks is nothing. Should hit. I'm tempted to like take some early, but if we start pulling back, I'll force a trim. Remember, I'm trimming 103.04. Appreciate you, Mitch. Have a good one, brother. How much are you risking in this trade? Ivan, I have like 250 total, I think, risk on it. It's not crazy. Maybe it was okay. No, it was 3. Now it's like 220, somewhere around there. All right. I did decide to force a little trim here at 90. Is it 90 or 91? I filled in 90. So I took a little trim there at 90. I'm moving stops break even on that. You can move them in profit if you want to take them in profit. Overall, though, happy with it so far. Nice little start to the week. I'll take it. So all stops break even. Actually, I have to adjust that because I sold half. So I have to go here, go this. All right. So I have half stop break even. Well, I have my whole stop at break even. Putting that here, going here, coordinates. It's going to be, what was the entry? 0235. Not a bad little trade so far. I'm going to put this at 90 because then I'm going to absolutely crank the trim where I'm putting it. Because we're going, for me, I mean, this is, at this point, it's either we're going Valhalla or break even stop. I'm okay with 105s. I want 106s. I'm open to trimming along the way. I'm open to let it run along the way. However, this trade is completely risk-free. Remember what we talked about the hourly close, though. Well, we talked about the hourly close. Big if, we got the 15-minute to get the continuation. If we hit our trim, the hourly would be a fully bullish engulfing. If this fully engulfs, if we break this high, this can easily rip. For those of you that don't trade oil often, welcome to the dark side. It's fun. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to throw them in chat. In probably like 9:20-ish, I'll do the giveaway. So if y'all have questions, feel free to throw them in. If you appreciate what we do, want to show some support, like the stream. We appreciate it. For now, though, my stop break even, profit target, I don't have a hard trim set. If the indices get back above yesterday's lows and we're not at break even yet, I'll assess. Because if we start to push back above, it's going to build out a broader range. We build out a broader range, oil might start to pull back. For now, though, we ride. Left for 20 minutes and it mooned. Polar bear, to be honest, it pained me a little bit to take this trim because I know what oil can do when it does it. And it's just those of you that have been, one thing I'm curious, is there anyone from here that was watching me live stream in the Discord when I started doing that? Because those that don't know, yes, we started Project 365 now going on 6 weeks ago. For about 2 months before that, I was live streaming every single night in the Discord with all my trades. And when the war broke out, we were longing oil every single day. And my God, was it glorious. But now with oil, if we do get back into the war-based market, you're going to be looking at like a normal trim is 3 points. For those that don't know, when you look at ES and Q, you don't really pay attention to the ticks. You pay attention to the points. Oil is a little different. Every point is $1. So there's 100 ticks per dollar or 100 ticks per point. So that's why I talk about ticks a lot. Because you can't say 2 point stop because that's absurd. Unless you're swinging. For now, though, if the indices I keep saying for now, though, if the indices keep seeing selling pressure, this should never go back here. If it does, it does. I'm willing to take it. Willing to risk it. Armani told me we'd come back today. I mean, brother, we took one loss Thursday. I ain't worried. Or Thursday night. I ain't worried about it. We risked what? 15 to 20% of Thursday's profits. Gael, I'm looking 106. But no, here's what happens, Gael. We go up, but you have to think about it too. And this is all right. This is where I recommend not doing what I do. Not doing what I do. Because the way I'm doing this trade, I am leaving my stop break even. I will wake up at some point in the morning, see where the chart is. Wherever the chart is, I'll look to see if I want to trim. It's typically how I use runners with these trades. What do you think of trading the breakout here? Polar Bear. I mean, I won't say it doesn't make sense because it's oil. Oil breaks this high, we can go parabolic 5 points. It's fucking oil, dude. But I don't love it. I use my stops off structure. If I'm trading it off of structure, I mean, that's aggressive. I would want some type of consolidation maybe, but I'm not going to tell you it's not a good entry because I don't trade your system, you know? But how I trade, I'm not. Oh, you were looking to trade here. Okay. That's fair. Also, this isn't. It's funny seeing people's perspectives on trades because people be like this, like oil mooned here. Is this a good trade? Yes, it is. It's a good trade. I'd be happy with it. I've never traded oil. I was hesitant. Be hesitant. Be hesitant on oil, but you just know if you are hesitant on oil, you will miss multi-point moves. Multi-point. And it's oil, baby. It's oil. This chart will rip 5+% in a day. But it's just finding a move, setting a wide stop, and letting it cook. Error keyframe freezes 4 seconds of lows, keyframe not being sent often enough. I don't know what that means with YouTube, but also your boy needs a haircut. My barber went out of town, finally came back, got one Wednesday. Thank God. I need a fade. Yeah, Polar Bear, the easiest way to describe oil is it's volatile like gold. And it's more volatile on the higher time frames, but gold is more volatile on the lower time frames. And this is exactly what I mean. Oil will break and get a really strong continuation, but this chart isn't crazy. This move right here, it's not even 1 point. 1 point's usually not even like a trim for me in full transparency. But no, this can easily rip. If we bring back war aspects, this will go 3-4 points. Oil can be phenomenal for people who scalping. Also, something you need to know about oil if you want to trade oil. What oil can do, and it will hurt your feelings. Oil will make you question a lot because oil can easily do this. It can go here, slam all the way down here, go all the way back up here, and then go to 110. Cut my hair once every 6 months. I cut mine once every 3 weeks. I have a big head, and I have really thick hair. So right here, I'll puff up a lot. I have to get a fade. Have to. But no, Polar Bear, what I'd recommend is just watching oil, getting used to how it kind of trades, and just be like, all right, how do I want to trade this chart? Because it's different. It's not like the indices. It's not like gold. It is its own chart. But I love how it moves. Love it. I went full pour oil on my cup account when we cooking. Gael, isn't that one contract? Also, how many of you guys are trading your cup account? Traded 5 grand cup. Embrace the hair while it's there. Aussie. What's unfortunate is my brother got the god tier hair genetics. Full beard, luscious hair. Me, I think I got the other side of the coin flip. I think come like 35, it's gonna really start showing. So we'll see how it goes. If Nas reclaims open, I think we see all-time highs. It's not out of the question. Like, we're at a point, yes. Are we far from all-time highs? No, not at all. Can we still hit all-time highs? Yes. But I'm not going to be the one where in this range, I just keep dreaming of all-time highs. Because it's going to be different than shorting this. But I'm just so neutral. When we get price action like this, when we hit new all-time highs, we break the lows, and we're kind of ranging a little bit while also pulling back. I just go straight neutral. I keep my targets a little more reserved. I'll trade differently, and you guys will see that a lot. I'll do what I just did on oil, where I'm going to have a slightly more reserved target, take half off, go break even. If the runners want to run, let them cook. Outside of that is what it is. I'm not going to be looking to hold full positions for those massive overnight moves. I'll likely be trying to go risk-free and then let them run. Which, to be honest, I love doing that because now this trade can't go red. It's physically impossible for me. So it's guaranteed I at least start up with some profit. Can't believe 1 point on CL is 1K. MES, I use MCL. I use the micros. Do you get a low taper fade? Like mid-bald, mid-bald. But are you talking about the meme, or you just get low taper fades? If Nas reclaims the open, I think we already read that. On PTLO open, 4 more restaurants with that as upside to. Michael Anthony, what are you talking about? Is that a chart? Stock you're looking at? Oh, you're talking straight penny stock. Yeah, I got no interest there. That is out of my ballpark. Not a shot. I just get low taper fades. I mess with my fade a little bit, but I usually just go right in the mid. I used to get higher fades, but I lowered it a little bit. What are we doing here? Got the 9 o'clock volatility. It's something about Asia session that some people might not know. You get volatility on every freaking hourly candle. It's not like New York where you get volatility at the open. You get a little bit of momentum every hour on the dot until 10. Polar Bear, what is that, like hair stuff? Are you holding for a bigger move now? Yeah. Gael. Might have too. I trimmed though. But I did exactly what you did. That's my fuck around and find out account. Drizzy, the funny thing is people be like, I'll get people like, oh, can I cut your hair? Stuff like that. I won't. I moved away from my barber and I'll drive 40 minutes to go see him. I used to drive an hour and a half or an hour and 5 minutes to my old barber just because I hadn't been able to find a new one yet. But I am so picky about who I let cut my hair for some reason. But you can't cheat on your barber. You can't. I respect it. Also, me and my barber talk trading every time I'm in there. He will text me and ask me about trading all the time. But it's fun. The greatest thing is there's times where he'll text me and be like, yo, if you look at this chart, I'll do your next cut free. And I'm like, well, can't say no. But I'm weird though. I can't get it for free. I have to tip him at least. I don't know why. That's just how I am. Here's 3-minute walking away. I think it's far. Calm. The nearest gas station to me is 5 minutes driving, 6 minutes driving. The nearest Walmart is 12 minutes driving. Well, here, I'll actually, I'm not going to give you like where the Walmart is, but let's see how far the nearest Walmart is. I can't walk anywhere. Ooh. Nearest Walmart's 9 miles from me. No, dude, I will never cheat on my barber. Especially when I find a good barber. Now you're married to the game at that point. I cut hair at the Spot Barbershop headquarters in Brickell, Miami. 24 shop franchise. Damn. I mean, I will say, if you're cutting hair in Brickell, you got to be a decent barber, because I feel like those are the people where you have to cut it right, or else they're going to be they're not going to be the easiest to work with. Polar Bear, that is correct. Yes. There's a farm right down the road from me. When I grew up out here, there was a farm in my backyard. Yeah, most of my life, I've lived since I was 13, I've lived closer to a cow than a gas station. Yes. I never thought about it that way, but that is factual. Yeah, I mean, the problem too is with fades. Just not a lot of people like to give fades, but not a lot of people are good at giving fades with haircuts. And I've realized that. I like this test. You said you're okay with it coming back. Yeah. Oil is volatile. You have to be willing for pullbacks. That is why I'm putting the stop break even. If this was ES, I'd probably throw it like right here. Because in theory, we shouldn't lose this support. And that would keep us away from this. But this is oil. Leaving it break even. If break even hits, trade's over, is what it is. Polar Bear, oil is like NQ on crack, my guy. On crack. Which is funny because I don't like trading NQ. NQ is volatile. It's volatile. I don't like it. But something to oil trades volatile like NQ, but you can use 2CL, not even 2CL, like 10, 15 micros, and you're not risking a whole lot of money. You're not. If you get a decent stop, you're not at all. If I do that on NQ, I'm risking a lot more than I'm comfortable with. I'm curious though, how many people took oil or like interested in just trading oil? And out of those people, how many people is it your first time ever trading it? Because I'm hoping to convert some people, some degens to the dark side. Trading it right now? Hell yeah. And here's a good concept as well. Because something people don't think about, the negative correlation is actually very beneficial overall. Where let's say you're just a perma bull, you struggle to short, there's a negative correlation, like I said. So if the indices go down, oil most likely goes up. If you only like to long, find a name that's negatively correlated to the indices and long it. Daily candle trades. You lost. Oh, this 3 candle pullback right here, right where I got in. Polar Bear, why is what? Why is a negative correlation? It's a great idea. And the same thing, if you're a perma bear and the market's hitting all-time highs after all-time highs, find something that's negatively correlated and short it. That's why we trade relative strength and weakness. That's why I watch all the indices. That's why I watch oil. That's why I watch gold, even though I still hate gold. Don't like it, hate it. But I'll watch it. I want to find something that fits how I want to trade that day. Let's say I want a long, which I don't want a long, but I couldn't short the indices down here. So I'm going to find something that looks more interesting to trade. We talked about the negative correlation not correlating. It was positive, didn't make sense. We were going to play that divergence to play out. It's exactly what happened. What up, Jake? Yes. M. Barker. Definitely, worst case, use an eval, use 1 micro. It's not crazy risk. It's not. With 1 micro, I mean, you're with this trade, you would have been talking what, $30 maybe, somewhere around there. Nothing crazy. And just practice it. How do I get better at trading? Practice. Learn. The only thing, you won't get better at trading overnight. You won't. You won't. A lot of people want some like big euphoric moment where holy shit, it happens. It doesn't come. For some people, it might. If it does, congratulations. For me, no. Because it takes time. You're going to get over one hurdle. You're going to keep trading a little bit better. You're going to get over another. I don't think there's any big moment where there's a big euphoric moment, big Nike check mark. The Nike check mark's more of like a hill, the way I look at it. And you're just working your way up it over time. There's going to be drawdowns. There's going to be pullbacks in your trading, just like on a chart. Trading is wrong. I don't want to be right. Appreciate you. Ali, yes, sir. No DGen hours. Where's the banner? I mean, if I did DGen hours, I would have full ported oil, but I don't want full port. Anyways, yeah, this sign is looking sick. Actually, hold up. Let's get more detail on it because we don't need to stare at the charts. I'll show it real quick. But this one, yeah. I wish I could dim it a little bit so it's not as like glowing. But that's my favorite thing in the world. I love that sign. I had 500 people fall off stream. AXP, you will realize there's a massive amount of people that want to see Jake. And I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I got 257 beautiful people in this stream right now. Over time, this stream will grow. A lot of people don't like trading Asia as well. They don't. Asia price action most of the time isn't that favorable. But people are mainly, they want to see Jake for his type of trades, the bigger holds. Also, Jake haters are going to be on stream, 1000%. There was that, I don't think most people noticed it at one point towards the end of the stream. I said, GG's Daniel. That one Daniel dude, that was just hate trolling Jake. I just sent him to the shadow realm. I wasn't dealing with it because I knew if Jake kept reading it, there's a chance he got irritated. Probably not because it's Sunday, but I don't need that guy. It was also the guy that said, invest long-term and close off the stream. So that guy just kept chirping. So I was like, yeah, if I see people chirping like that, they just GG's, brother. You get better at trading by losing money. You do. Unfortunately for me, it was a lot more than I needed to be. Because, I was a stubborn son of a bitch. Right now, what I'm actually going to do, though, is stop up to 102.5. So raise it 15 ticks. It's not crazy. So moving stop 102.5. I'll go to exactly why. Actually, indices are still weaker. Yeah, I don't want to go here because if we spike that. And here's something to look at too. Does this look like a really good move on oil? Yes, but also look at the hourly. We haven't even gotten like a strong holy shit hourly candle yet. So this hasn't moved at all. Yeah, I'm just debating on how much room I want to give this. I did move stop to 102.5 though. Why? I put it just below this consolidation lows. We already came down. We spiked the high of this consolidation, held it, pushed back up. That's our support right now. If we break that, in theory, I don't want to be in it anymore. So I'm going to put it slightly just below it in case we wick it. Chart time is the biggest thing. Can't tell how much of a year showing up every day, just watching did for my trading. Gael, most people sleep on that completely. This DGen price action for sure on NQ. Yeah. XP degen usually comes if I do well and hit a trade. I don't. I mean, that sounds terrible. I want to say like I don't love doing degen hours because I would usually just leave the trade open. Yeah, no, that's true. If I do really well on a trade, I usually don't do degen hours. It's when I like take 2 stops, or if I get wicked out, or if I don't trade at all, and then all of a sudden volatility ramps up. I'm like, you know what? Turn it on. Degen. I should though. Imagine I get an actual like LED for the background. It says degen hours. Instead of putting it on stream, I just go click it real quick. That'd be sick. I'm also trying to think, and I'll get to chat in a second. I have 2 ideas here. For the background, 1, get a couple LED signs, like neon signs around it. Or do we build like a big shelf type aspect to like, you know, like the shelves where you get like the underglows on them, stuff like that. Like, do we build a custom one of those around it, or do I get like more neon signs for the background? Yeah, imagine having a bar sign this degen hours. You just walk back, click it on real quick. We got 300 likes. Hell yeah. You want to see the degen hours? It ain't happening. We ain't doing degen hours. Appreciate what you do. Appreciate you, Jordan. Appreciate you showing up, brother. Also, if I call someone brother and they are not a brother, they are not a male. I call everyone brother. Everyone's brother, everyone's dude, everyone's homie. It's just my vocabulary. I don't trade Asia much, but come here to hang out with you guys. Hell yeah, come. You are a much better clown than Jake. Appreciate you, Daniel. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but appreciate you. I know you've been in my stream, so I know that's not like a hate comment. Call me Holmes and we got a problem. Someone's about to say inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Gotta say brother like the Hulk. I'll work on my Hulk impression. HB, you know someone's going to. Someone's going to look at this chart and go, oh my God, potential 5-minute higher low right here. We're holding. We're going to rip it. One thing to save you in this kind of market, and I live wholeheartedly by this. You guys have seen me do it. Zoom out. We did this in the beginning. Someone said, why not long when we were up here? Every single time frame you go to, hourly, 15-minute, 4-hour, they're all in a downtrend. YM daily chart is now starting a downtrend. RTY is now starting a downtrend. ESNQ, no, they're strong. They are. Technically not. But every other time frame below that is a downtrend. I'm not interested in longing. I'd rather find something like oil that looks great and let her rip. What are we up right now? By the way, I don't hate trims at any point throughout this trade. I don't. I'm about 3.5 R. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. So I guess you just answered what I was going to ask, and that's the direction of NQ, but I guess it's down. It doesn't have to be down, for instance. Like I'm not, even though it does look weak, it does. It does. NQ right now looks weak. However, it's not that the trend has to be down from here. For me, it's just if it goes up, I'm not interested in trading because I'm not trying to time a bottom in this market. There's structural points where I'll be interested in trying, maybe trying, but I'm not. My thesis fully is neutral on a broader term, and then every session I'll have an overall bias. And that's how I plan to trade it. But just looking at it, this isn't a chart. For instance, this isn't a chart I want a long. This isn't really a chart I want a long. Especially with the daily chart. Could this be a long? Yes. For me, highest conviction for this to be a long is back over yesterday's lows. Back over yesterday or Friday's lows. Let us get a strong daily close. Look to long tomorrow if it sets up. For now, though, not really. Not really at all. I will be doing the giveaway in a minute or two because I said 9:20. I just looked down. It's almost 9:20. I'm looking to see if I want to take a little off the top. I am. Let's do it. At least I'm doing it. Took a third, 40%? 40% of my current position off. The rest of it, I leave. Where did I get filled? 62. Who let me do it? Who let me trim? Who did it? Maybe DJ and I were signed in red that in circles above the other sign. That'd be kind of sick. You know what I should do? I should get someone to sponsor the stream. And they make, like, I get 4 sponsors and I just build around it in a circle. So the circle just keeps getting bigger and bigger. How many contracts did you go in with? Moses, to be honest, it doesn't matter. I always say this. How much I put in really doesn't matter. It's more so about the trade. How much I made on this trade doesn't matter. But also, technically, what I made on this trade is 0. It's on a funded account. I don't consider it live profits anyway until I get a payout. Is this a nice trade? Are we doing well? Yes. I'm not up like $5,000. I think I'm up like around like 1,000. Somewhere around there. Need silence candles when you flick the switch with poker chips? That'd be sick. Earthquake just hit Hong Kong. Is anyone here in Hong Kong? If so, are you okay? It's only a 5.2, so it's not that terrible. Still not good. Anyways, for those of you guys that are in oil, welcome to oil. It's great, isn't it? It's wonderful. Where's my broader target? I like 105. I like 106. I've trimmed enough off. I'm going 106. Oh, I should probably do this. Stop, to be honest, 103. Also, if you didn't and you're on Tradeovate, adjust your stops. Mine sized wrong. I got to make sure I size it right. Stop up to 103. And there's a chance I look back on this and go, I shouldn't have trimmed. I don't care. It's a good trade. The greatest thing is if I could have executed better, I'll look back on it and be like, oh, could have executed better. Focus on it tomorrow. We'll find another trade. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I love oil. This trade is currently right around 5.7 R. Congratulations for those of you that are in. I missed it. Zay, no. I'm going to be honest. I'm tempted to just close it up. I am. So we just trimmed there. I'm going to do something there's a chance I regret. I'm taking another bit off. Full transparency. I have 1 micro left. 1 micro. That is it. It's what I got left. I'm cool with it. Actually. Yeah, I have 1 micro left for now. For now. I might close before stream's over. What if I can move? Yes, there's a. But I trimmed that one 104.13 was my fill. Probably not the greatest because there's volatility. However, we'll take it. 104.13. Aren't you guys glad we waited? First hour of after like the first hour and a half of stream, I was like, damn, I don't know if we're gonna get something today. I started losing hope, seeing like missing this short. This is why patience pays. Patience matters and it's important. For me, 103.5 is where I'm looking at the stop. 5 micros, 450 profit. Hell yeah, Jordan. So what we're going to do now, first off, if you want to support us, right? If you want to support us in any way, number one, like the stream, hit the like button. Hit the fucking like button, show some love. Subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get 250K. It's going to be tight if we can get there by the end of June. And Jake dyes his hair. We'll see. Maybe if we get like, we should get a petition started. The Jake has to extend it. Like if we get to June 20th and we're not close, someone's got to start a petition. Don't tell Jake, even though he might be listening, where we get like 500 signatures he has to extend that. So eventually we just force him to dye his hair blonde because we just keep pushing it back. But no. And then if you guys want to trade on any prop firms, right now, today's stream, I'm showing Tradeify on the banner because Tradeify is the GOATs. I love Tradeify. We're in the Grand Cup. I did take a little bit of that oil on the Grand Cup account. So we are starting pretty hot. Cool with it. Code RAKE, code RT at damn near any prop firm. Any of the bigger prop firms. If there are any new shady prop firms, no. But any of the bigger prop firms, that's how you support us. With that, though, we do have a giveaway account. And I think those of you that stayed this long deserve it. So, to enter. I'll keep watching oil. We'll see what we're going to do with it. However, that is nearly 6R. Not too shabby, though. So, end of the giveaway. All you got to do is type !enter in chat. Once the bot posts it. I didn't start it yet. So, anyone who's posting it until I say go is going to have to post it again. Here's something to note. The bot will reply to you, letting you know you are in the giveaway. If it does not reply to you, there's a very strong probability you are still in the giveaway. The bot lags sometimes. It is what it is. It's a back-end bot. We don't control that. But just know if you type it, you're in the giveaway. If you need to, type it 3 times to make yourself feel better. However, have fun. It's open. Zay, DM me at any time, brother. Because, Zay, one thing I will tell you is one-on-one prices will be going up because my time's a lot more limited. But they're not going up yet. So if you are truly interested, shoot me a DM. Yeah. And I haven't announced, that was the first time I actually announced it. Pretty soon, one-on-one prices for me are going to be going up because the time's very limited with streams and just life in general. And when I don't just work in general, trading. So if you are interested, feel free to shoot me a DM on anything and we can get looking into it. But it's not something I promote often. Back-end bot is wild. Huh? Good instance here. Everyone is typing enter. The bot is currently lagging a little bit, but there are continuously more people being put in. There's already 60 of you. So it's picking you up. It's just not replying for some reason. I don't know what it's doing. There we go. I think you guys just break it. It lags. They also did an update recently that just, for some reason, it keeps doing this. I don't like the update. But we're giving away a 50K Tradeify growth account. 50K. Free for you. Eval. All you have to do is type !, the word enter, and then send it in the chat, and you get entered. You currently have 3 minutes left. After the 3 minutes, I'll randomly select the winner, and you win the account. Then you just shoot me a DM on Instagram. If you've already entered and you're bored, if you caught oil, if you didn't catch oil, hit the like button on the stream. See how many we can get. We're at 322. Let's see if we can get 350. After the giveaway, though, I will likely be ending stream because I've had food sitting next to me for probably 30 minutes. Whenever my brother walked in, maybe 40 minutes. And I'm hungry. You have 2 minutes and 19 seconds left. No, Gael, I just got wings. I can't, dude. What sucks about where I live, because I got spoiled, right? Where I used to live was quite literally down the road from me, kind of middle of nowhere. Didn't have DoorDash, Uber, or actually, no, I lived with my parents, which was even more in the middle of nowhere. And like 4 years ago, me and my brother moved to this city-ish, kind of. Had DoorDash, dude. It was a luxury. I didn't have food. I'd be like, you know what? Chipotle. You know what? I'm going to order this food, wherever it is. Now, there's one place that orders here. One. That sucks. That is one thing that I took advantage of, didn't fully understand until we moved out there. Moved back, and I'm like, damn, do I miss Uber Eats and DoorDash? Collectively agree to donate the funded account to me. You don't have Farm Dash out there? No, what, you want me to go to the butcher, have him deliver a whole cow? Actually, though, cool thing that is out here that most people wouldn't think about, just on my road alone, there's like 2 or 3 farmer stands. So I can go get fresh honey, fresh like jams, eggs, whatever. And it's goated. Fresh bread too. All the goods. And I'm going to be taking advantage of that this summer. Sarah, valid. Feel bad for you. Why do you feel bad for my mailman? Polar bear. Our mail people have vehicles. They drive door to door. Our mailboxes are on the road. So they sit in a car the entire day, steering wheel on the wrong side, like they're over in Europe. They drive, stop at a mailbox, open it, fill it, next. It's easy. Can't be gaining weight with carbs. Kyle, there ain't no way you think carbs are what makes people gain weight. Carbs are one of the best things you can eat. Like I lose weight when I eat more carbs. Not like an aggressive amount, but you still have to watch what you eat. Kyle, that's exactly where I live. I live around a very, very large Amish community. Very. Zay, are you saying carbs take blood away from the brain? It also fuels the hell out of a workout. So if I can work out twice as hard, I'm ripping carbs. How do carbs? Polar bear, Amish food is amazing. Amish food, furniture, houses, dude, they'll put up a house in 3 days. And it's built just as good as everybody else. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm probably just gonna go cashier. I don't care. My problem is when I go one contract, I just lose interest. But I went cash there. I'm full out. The giveaway should be ending soon. 25 seconds for the giveaway. You got 25 seconds. So what we're going to do, take this off, put this down here to the last trim. Call it a day there. How do carbs take blood away from the brain? Would you be... Polar bear, I'm just going to act like I didn't read that. I'm just going to act like I didn't. Doug, I'm not interested in longing the indices. All the time frames look terrible. Can we hold the support and see buying pressure? Yeah. But so giveaways technically over. While I'm talking real quick, I'm gonna resume it. If you didn't enter. I'll give you another like 30 seconds or whatever. I'm not longing this. I'm not. So if you didn't enter in time before it said over, enter again. I haven't picked anyone yet. Feel free. When I'm done talking, I'll close it. If you look at the higher time frames, I'm not trying to time a bottom. I want to trade with the trend. These are the hourly charts. They don't look good. They don't. So what I did at that point, traded the negative correlation overall between these and these. So when that happens, I ended up longing oil, which worked. Bro, I for sure building muscle, things like that. But as far as the central part of your diet, negative. Zay, I mean, I wouldn't say essential, but I feel 10 times better with carbs than I do on like a keto diet. I do. It is. It's. I mean, it's good to an extent. Like people can make it bad, and also depending on how processed it is. Yeah, are American carbs terrible? Most likely, yes, 1000%. But even with carbs, I'm talking like sweet potatoes, stuff like that. I love sweet potatoes. I feel if I eat sweet potatoes and beef, I feel amazing. Oh yeah, yeah. So you're talking just not bread, right? And also, I'm not arguing. Just so you know, I don't want it to come off that way. I'm just talking. Insulin makes sense. Think I'll pass out when I see my name as a winner. All right. So since I chilled out a little bit, I'm closing this. Close entries. Pick winner. Papa. Papa TikToker. What? What is your name? Yeah, I feel better pre-workout, but even yeah, really mainly for carbs for like workouts, I'll eat sweet potatoes or fruit, and then post-workout I'll do not even sweet potatoes. Mainly like fruit, to be honest, fruit or oatmeal. Papa, feel free to shoot me a DM on Instagram, or if you're in the Discord, shoot me a DM there. Wrong trades, RONG trades on both. How do you come into contact with the winner if it's on YouTube? They either DM me on Discord, they either DM me on Instagram. Both work. If I desperately have to, I'll have that person email me. I don't care. We'll get it to work. If it needs to work, it works. People have created Instagram accounts to claim their accounts. So no one has an excuse of, I don't have an Instagram. But Papa, I did see you DM or message in chat. Just let me know where you're going to DM me at, Instagram or Discord, and then we'll wrap it up. For that, though, if anyone has any final quick questions, feel free to throw them in chat. If not, we'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, my stream. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited for the interview on Wednesday. Zach, with that podcast, always. Taylor, something that I loved, I have to do it again. I have to start cutting out caffeine again. But there was a time where I cut out caffeine except till like noon or 1-ish. My pre-workout was a spoonful of honey with salt and a little square of 90% dark chocolate. And I would feel like I just took the craziest pre-workout in the world. And obviously sometimes I would take a cup of black coffee. Yeah, Zay, I also feel like it's the difference in the pastas and the breads and the carbs. So for like if you go, I haven't been over to Europe or but I hear their pasta is drastically different. It's because of what we do to our flour. I have the lowest caffeine tolerance, so I vibe heavy with that. I have the highest caffeine tolerance, and it is not good. I love sourdough. Zay, yeah, I don't eat white bread. I eat sourdough if I eat bread. I became a bougie little bitch with that. I love sourdough. I feel amazing on sourdough, sweet potatoes, oatmeal for the most part. But I mean, if there's like a good oatmeal that's not like overly processed or whatever, but that's what I eat. I eat fairly clean, except when I get wings because I haven't ate much today. But that's just like the occasional. Yeah, it's just knowing. Like I know there's times I eat like absolute shit. But also, Papa, are you still here? Can you tell me where you will DM me so I know? I need confirmation, my guy. I need it. If not, we'll just then stream, and I might not know who Papa is. Sending on Discord, bet. Perfect. Then oh, you just sent it. Did you just send me a friend request, brother? Is that you? I'm going to assume that's you. Oh, no, that's someone else. Never mind. Not yet joining. Someone else happened to just send me a DM. Okay, if you go to... So that is the free Discord. It just gets you in the Discord. You get chance, like if Jake does giveaways, that's about it. And you get a few channels. Please tell me he's going to send that link. All right, nope, I'm going to the commands. I'm just copy and pasting links. So I'll do one cheeky plug real quick. This one is going to be free Discord. You should be able to go in there, join the Discord for free. It's just for giveaways, some overall content, like some overall material that you get. If you are interested in actually learning how we trade, joining the Discord, joining the community for the crazy, absurd price, $99 a month, it is going to be this link that I'm about to post. You get the entire mastermind, all of the bonus lessons, which is like 500. Trade reviews, overall, just psychology lessons, anything Jake felt like posting and recording. Get all of it. You get the psychology bot, you get the levels indicator, and you just get to be a part of that part of the community. But also, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. This is also a huge part of the community within here, and we appreciate all the support. You're going to use, if you're interested, only if you're interested, code STREAM at checkout, and it gets you 50% off. And it is not a one-time 50% off like first month. It is every month as long as you don't cancel. When you cancel, it likely goes up. What do you call a gas pedal in an electric car? I hate you. Well, okay, fair. No, you can call it a throttle. I hate that question so much. I do. I don't even know. If you're not calling it a throttle, don't know. But with that, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Beautiful trade, beautiful stream. I'm happy with it. Can oil continue to rip? Yes. I'm open to trading it again tomorrow. I'm happy with this move. We caught nothing crazy, not even 2 whole points, but still really nice trade, upwards of 5R-ish, possibly even higher depending on when you trimmed. Can still go higher as it is. But I'm going to call it a night. I will see y'all tomorrow. 1 a.m. Eastern tonight. Mr. Azang Trades, absolute legend, is streaming pre-London. If not, in the morning, you have Jake, 8:30 in the morning. Usually around 8:30 for the New York Open. Then we're back to the usual schedule. So with that, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to call it a night. Y'all have a great rest of your night.